Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome topic we have got today. The sellouts still denying the flat earth model, right? Many people are having still problem in digesting one of the most important evidence that we have been having from a very long time, and people didn't see it. I think that's one of the biggest problem why many people are having a problem of not seeing that we already have a model, an amazing model, right? Things are coming out, more evidence is coming out that that is the ultimate truth, right? That we had a model, we always had a model, right? We didn't need to make it. But the problem is the community. We have people in the community who are still not ready to see it, and they are going on with their fake agenda and gatekeeping of information, which is affecting the community. So, absolutely, we're going to be diving deep in tonight on that and about our intelligent design that the celestial clock is for us, right? How things are getting together and making more sense, right? So we can understand what the ancients have left for us from all this time, right? So absolutely get your popcorn, get your coffee, tea, sleep, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump into today's topic. I'm gonna let's say hello to my co-host and brother Gene Edited. He's not there in the studio tonight, but he's calling us from a party. Gene, how you doing, brother?
Hey, bro. Doing awesome, bro. Doing great. Yeah, I'm upstate a little bit, about an hour and a half away from my house with some old friends that I grew up with. We all four of us grew up together. We were all friends when we were kids, high school and this and that, different places together. We all had separate crowds we hung out with. And now we're up here today with some new friends I met, and they're old friends of theirs. And it's funny, because one of the guys, an ex-cop from Brooklyn, he's retired, and the other couple is one of the woman is an RN, and the husband is a pharmacist who has his own pharmacy, and he can't stand being a pharmacist because he understands what's going on with that whole scenario, and he's got this huge section of homeopathic natural remedies at his place, and he's crossing the line big time, but he's not tied to any big names, so he's got a little more leeway with that, and it's really nice to see that it's going on, guys. That is hitting the fan, and people are really starting to understand things differently because the two of them, the RN and the pharmacist, the two of them are like, what happened here? What is going on? So that's fun. Yeah, bro. You know what? Um, with all the shows we've been doing, uh, man, when I saw this tonight, I was like so psyched because yeah, there's definitely some some people that question how come they didn't pay too much attention to the mechanical realm. Like, if this is not a flat Earth model, what would be then? Like, what more do you want? Look at the story behind this thing. The absence of half the story, the the shenanigans in the full story that we're being told, and like what is it? Do we need to just put a sticker in the middle of the Gleason map and you'd be happy with that? You're right. I don't understand what more people would really
Yeah.
want. So it definitely raises my curiosity and my conspiratorial nerves to see that get looked over. Very a little bothersome, but I don't let too much really bother me. But no, this is I'm psyched to be here for this one, man. I wouldn't miss this one for nothing. They might even be inside listening. So how you doing, guys? What's up? Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
even mention chat. I'm sorry. Hey, what's up in the chat? I don't have a computer, guys, so I'm gonna miss out on all the fun on the other end. But hi, everybody, and welcome. Good to be here with everyone.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, bro. So this is the thing that people are waking up. No matter where, in which field the people are waking up automatically. Right.
Vikka, you wanted to bring something up
RG,
too,
your
right?
link is in the Telegram. Gio, your link is in the Telegram. Sorry, go ahead.
Don't forget you wanted to bring
What
something
did you
up.
say, Gene?
You wanted to bring something up before we
All
get
right,
going.
yeah. So, oh yeah. Before we do that too, let's say hello to Tron. He's here too. How are you doing, Tron?
Hey, I'm doing good, guys. Doing good. I'm a little tired, but I'm good, man. Doing good.
Good
Glad
to
to
see
be
you,
here.
bro.
Glad to talk about the
Oh
truth,
yeah.
bring things out. I am. It's getting a little bit strange out there in the TikTok world. There's a lot of things happening. A lot of trolls. A lot of. How can I say this? Just there have been uh, spies, I guess, people coming in pretending to be with us, pretending to be like a flat Earth person. Okay, and my contention has always been I don't care what anybody believes. I mean, it doesn't bother me if somebody disagrees with me, if they want to come into a live or do something or talk. I'm totally cool with them being what they are and believing what they believe. And I want to have a discussion with them if they want to come in and talk. But then it's like a tactic. They're now coming in and they are pretending to be flat earthers. And I find myself seeing new people, checking them out, realize, man, they got 2 followers and all this stuff, and you're like, who are these people? And then I feel bad, but I'm having to I ask them questions like, well, how long have you been a flat earther? I don't care. I'm glad they claim to be one. Then they'll say, I've been one for 8 years. I'm like, well, great. What brought you to it? They get nothing. They don't even know the first thing. And I can't help but go, really? 8 years? And do you know anything?
You see the disconnect though? They won't even say 8 months. I'm new to this.
Right. But 8 years and
Yeah.
you don't know
That's a jump.
anything. That tells me. So I started going, well, what do you know? I have to do it. And then we fish it out. I'm like, these guys are trolls. And then you look like a bad guy when you're doing this stuff. But I'm only doing it because for the good of others that are listening, so they don't come. What they're doing is they're coming in trying to find something to ridicule us. And I don't like that. And I'm not going to let it happen if I can help it with me. I mean, you can ridicule me as long as you're ridiculing me for something that's legitimate, not for this fake stuff. So that's been happening a lot, and I've noticed it. And they're also, I mean, this is the resistance. This is some. I find it sad and funny at the same time. I'm like, really? Over the shape of the Earth, this is what you're doing. All we're doing is having a conversation about is the Earth a ball or a sphere, or is it something else? Is it a flat surface? And then, it turns into a little show sometimes. So you got to deal with it. I deal with it. It's funny, kind of funny to me, but this is what they're doing. So obviously I think it's because we're doing far better than we think. Many people are taking a look at this. We are not just a bunch of crazy people like some little fringe group off in the corner over here, like we're going to go away. It's bigger than people think. More and more people are on board with this. Maybe they don't understand everything, but they're on board with it. And that's the whole reason why I wanted to get on TikTok to begin with, and then started doing my own lives eventually. I thought about, do I really want to do this? Because I see what happens.
John, one question. Don't you think there are people who are like pretending to be flat earther even on TikTok and creating that confusion with the people? And
just telling Gene, I don't know if you heard, but this is what's happening. I find people coming in, I've never seen them before. They got 3 followers, and I don't care if nobody has any followers, but then all of a sudden they've been on Flat Earther for 8 years. Really? Everything in me is going, I don't believe this dude. I just don't. So I'll ask them.
You know why? John, there's not too many people that don't have friends in common. You're going to run into people that know people. They heard of them. They talk to them. So to run into somebody with no friends in common that's been here for 8 years is kind of special.
Well, I've asked. I had this one person. This happened, I think, just a couple of days ago. I said, "Listen, hey, what brought you to the flat Earth? You've been a flat earther for 8 years. Sure. Tell me." Well, I watched a video. Whose video did you watch? They don't know.
Vikka's.
I figured I'm going to hear Eric Dubay or something like that, which is everybody said. Yeah, I saw this Eric. Great. I mean, I know that they're probably telling the truth. You know, then what was the main thing that got you in? And it's. And then I'll ask them something like, well, I had one guy tell me, yeah, this is the first TikTok live I've ever been on Flat Earth. How long you been on TikTok? I'll ask them, and I'm like, well, you don't know anybody else. You just happened to show up with me. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense for 8 years, and then you can't even explain. And I'm not making fun of them. I mean, listen, they might.
No, it just doesn't add up.
You know, it doesn't add up, and I'm thinking, why are they doing this? What are you doing this for? And then I actually had them come in and do this, and then say stupid stuff to see if I would agree with it. So I would just nonchalantly say something like, I don't think I see it that way, because I know what they're doing. They're trying to get me to say something stupid or agree with them.
Right. Now you look stupid to everybody who was watching you last week.
Exactly. So I'm really, I'm just saying, this is a new
tactic. You know.
This is a new tactic that they're doing, and they'll come in like 2 at a time. I'm serious. It's silly. Or they'll get on. Here's another thing that they're doing. They're going to get on these little Discord groups, and they're sharing information, and then they're going in to try to sneak in. I think that what they're trying to do is they want to infiltrate, sow discord. I don't know what they're doing, and maybe put in some misinformation or just trick people or make us look just something to ridicule us. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Nothing better to do, Tron. Nothing better to do.
But I'll fish them out. I mean, I've actually had to apologize to one guy. I said, hey, man, come back up. Bring this guy back up. Because I wasn't sure. But I want to be sure. Because I've seen so much of this crap that's going on. And they're not doing it for a good purpose. They're doing it to try to, I don't know, to just infiltrate.
Infiltration is definitely, that's for sure. Absolutely. Because the amount of people turning into flat earther is what is from them a problem for them, right? So they are going to send a lot of troll and bots people who are there to steer the pot and make things not go smooth, right? That's one of their main, and we can see that very well in TikTok. And also about the other thing I wanted to mention is about those mod wars, right?
That's happening.
You've seen those mod wars.
Yes.
It's crazy, right?
It is. I don't like to see it happen. It's getting a little ridiculous at times, and but I know I got probably more inside information on what's actually happening, So I just let it for me. I just let it slide. It's going to happen. I think all that's going to work itself through. But there's some things that probably, I'm just going to let nature take its course, and it's going to push that stuff out. I don't have to say one word about it. I'm going to continue on telling what I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm desperately trying to stay out of the drama as much as I possibly can. Although people are trying to pull me in the drama, I'm doing my best to stay out of it, And I got good friends that are getting involved that are part of it, but I think I know what's happening. And just for my personal opinion, it's all going to work itself out. I really do at some point.
Oh yeah, the reason I'm saying about also the mod war, there is such a worse thing happening on TikTok. I'm also mentioning here because also our YouTube community needs to understand, right? Just because a lot of people here have mod, don't misuse the power of being a mod, because it's for the people who are not agreeing, but it's not about just because you don't like somebody or somebody's opinion, especially flat earthers. You cannot block or
I was actually in
them, right?
Live. I was in another live yesterday. I mean, I'm a guest on other people's panels, and I was just in there. Next thing you know, every one of us got dropped, the whole panel. We thought, what happened? It was the mod, a rogue mod that didn't like somebody. They had a little thing, and then we were all parted. We were all fallout. And I'm like, what happened? Why did I get dropped? Everybody got dropped. It's funny, really, but it's childish, and I think it's all going to work out eventually. I really do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So this is the thing also. So everybody here in this community on this channel, please don't misuse your power of being a mod, because we trust you. That's why you guys all have. There are more mods in here sometimes than even the rest of the people. So please don't do that. Right? It's our trust that we give to you, that you can keep it like neutral, positive, and not like misusing and blocking our own people just because of differences of opinion. That is the reason, right?
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm the co-host of the show, man. I've been here since the beginning, and I've never. 2 weeks ago, I think it was, for the first time, I put someone in timeout for like 10 seconds just to say, hey, it was when Ari was on. He was being rude to Ari, and I stopped him right away. And bro, I would never block anybody from this channel without Vikka's permission. But no, there are a lot of wrenches, and we're like a family here, though, and that's how we like to treat each other and be treated as well, So yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, thanks to everybody who's here, and for the wrenches, thanks for that like added protection, because sometimes the chat goes haywire, especially lately.
yes.
Like Tron's been
Well,
saying,
I've got
the
mods
chat's
for
been kind of coming in from different angles lately, and no, we really appreciate what you do, guys. But definitely use discretion and don't jump the gun too quick, I guess, if I could maybe offer any advice. But I don't think I need to anyway. You guys are awesome, and we do love you, and that's why we're all here together. So appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what were you saying, Tron, bro?
No, I'm good. We're good, man.
Alrighty. So let's say hello to.
We covered it.
Oh yeah, let's say hello to RG then. RG, how are you?
Hey guys, what's good? What's good? I'm okay today, man. I'm getting a little bit of rest in, man, and recuperating. Just going so hard damn lately, and I'm just now starting a podcast, so I'm trying to get a little work done on that. To where I got a few videos to fall back on before I do like before I do like a live, my first live. So yep, excuse me, man, muscle spasm. Ooh, my damn leg cramped up. Sorry about that. Yeah. I'm just starting a podcast, man. I'll let you guys know as soon as I do my first live, and y'all are all more than welcome to come on, man. It's basically a truther, just a truther platform, flat Earth,
Let us
anything,
know on
all the
Telegram, bro.
topics.
As soon as you can, maybe we can get there together.
Absolutely, man. I didn't do the link yet. I just did a post, like an early post. I put my logo up, and just my new, like the picture I'm using here and stuff like that. So people will know what to look for when the link comes in. It'll be familiar to all you guys. Yep.
Cool.
But
yeah, you threw me off at
thanks for doing the space.
I'm like, oh, we got a new guest, because I certainly can't read the name on there. But good to see you, man. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling good, bro.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir. Feeling better.
Yep. Nice.
Oh yeah. So what are you doing on X, YouTube? Which platform are you doing?
Yep. So I have a platform on for like years and years, like my older stuff, more personal, like family oriented, before I was like a big truther on Facebook. It's under it's just my name, Russell Gregory. And then YouTube here, I've only got like a few subscribers, but I've got thousands of videos over the years that that are linking pieces together and truths together. And podcasts, just different things that I've watched over the years and people that I've supported, basically. And then on X, it's Yeah, it's under at Russell G 711, and basically that's just the last about year and couple months. But I've got close to 1,400 posts now on there, so I've been digging my heels in, man. Yeah,
Cool.
Awesome,
Cool.
awesome.
Good
So
luck,
yeah,
bro.
when
my
you
heels
have the
in.
Wish you
link,
great
share it.
success, man.
Yes, sir. We'll do it. We'll do it, man. So what? I see the title. I mean, without bringing certain people up, I guess right away. Yeah. There's some things that I see that people are more business mindseted than practicing what they preach, kind of thing lately. Yeah. So I get your concerns, man. Definitely.
Oh yeah, before mic check. Yeah, you guys hear me well?
You good, bro?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So before we could even get into like who or what the people who are denying and gatekeeping the information, we have to first understand what is a model, right? I'll question you guys. What should be a model according to you guys? Again, you got dropped.
I'll tell you what I would think a model is, bro. It would be something that can replicate what you're looking to do. Like a model of a car pretty much is a smaller version of a vehicle. Has a lot of the functions. Some of them even have motors, opening doors, headlights, reverse, turning, right? It's a smaller replication of something bigger, a model.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Kind of.
scaling down, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Scale it down. Yes. A scaled down version of something, whatever. It could be anything. It could be animated or it could be your kitchen. Inanimate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. RG, what about
Hmm.
you? What do you think a model should be? Or what could we define as a model?
Okay. Okay. Without looking this up, let me think about it. I would think it would be just smaller pieces put together to make the puzzle work.
You got dropped out.
What happened?
RG, this is the second time you got dropped out. Go ahead, Tron, until we get him back.
Well, I would think a model would be like a replica, something that could represent something, that simple. Something that represents uh, the real thing, Model, it could also be just a replication. It doesn't have to be something that's exact or entire, but just a representation.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to. My thumb. I'm gonna lay my phone down on my chest here. I'm kind of in the bed today, and my thumb keeps hitting. So sorry about that. But when you're ready, I'll try to give you the
You
spiel
good, bro?
Yeah.
again.
Go ahead, man. I'm good.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I was just saying, basically, it's almost like how they break down like geology or biology or chemistry into like a bunch of different like specialties, like degrees, but the overall subject functions well together when all that information comes together like a puzzle, right? So I would think. Especially for flat Earth, I think now that we're getting a whole lot more advanced with this knowledge and even just possibilities, right? That turn out to have more foundation than not. I think we should recognize that. Yeah, I think a circle works best with biblical cosmology, but at the same time, there are other ways to make a model work where a sun could do not a perfect circle, right? It could be a spiraling pattern all the time going up and down a firmament. But I do think, yeah, if we want to make any kind of positive claims on a model that, yeah, I think all these small pieces over the years are starting to really form a bigger picture for a model for us. My opinion.
Here's the thing: a Gleason map or a globe Earth cannot be a model. A map cannot be a model. This is what the people need to understand. People are showing, show me the model. The people are showing a Gleason map or with the sun and moon on the top moving. This is their showing to the people. This is right.
I don't do
Yeah.
I agree. What I do is if when I'm asked for that, first of all, if I'm asked for show me a model by somebody that is a glober, I always say, show me your model. All they have is a cartoon, right? Cartoons and pictures, pictures
But
from NASA, right? But I would say that a lot of times I'll have a big icon behind me of a depiction of a flat Earth, but not. I'll say that this here is not a model, and I'll say the Gleason map is not a model, okay? Because they're not models. I tell them that a model is. I can't give them something and say here's a model. I can give them what I think. You know what I'm saying? What I think is a model, but I'm careful when I do that because I think that they're trying to set me up. These detractors.
Yeah. I just like.
is there something you would consider a model at this point? If you had to hand something over and say, all right, well, here's the best I got. Is there something
exactly.
you have?
I mean, I'm familiar with the what Joe Andy and these guys are coming up with, and it would be just a model.
Okay,
it
cool.
doesn't necessarily mean it's
Right.
Yeah, I would say a
model.
representation of what a model would be. That would be maybe a little more grammatically. If they're wanting to challenge you for a model, just say, I can give you a representation of where we're at right now with this model, because there are 2 or 3 different models being considered right now, really.
Because
Especially
people ask me all the time, they'll say the Gleason map is the model, and I say, well, no, it's not a model. And as much as I'm familiar with Alex Gleason, read his book and everything like that, I know what the map is. I think it's pretty good map, but I can't even vouch for that.
Yeah, really.
We can't.
It's like a
we really
2D template.
No, but it's looking like
Right.
the Gleason map is coming more and more into play for me. That it just might be a little bit more accurate than we think, but we don't really know, right? Because, my gosh, we can't go to the ice wall and all these things, right? So, and man, I think we can't even go to the center. I'd like to go to the center, the north. That's where I think we should go, as well.
I think you're going to get a lot out of watching the mechanical realm when you get to it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm kind of.
The problem, guys, the problem is like the people have to know how to conceptualize the idea of a model, right? Gleason, maybe as Tron said, maybe there's some truth to that. Longitude, latitude, the sun timing, maybe there's some truth to that. But the globe is nothing, right? They don't even have a model, right? They just show us the globe. They show us a solar system cartoon. That's their model. Or if you ask them for a model, they will show you some formulas. This is what they're one of their best people, right? For example, Dr. Blitz, who's also on TikTok, who represent the science, right? I asked him, well, in one sentence, what is your model? Show me the best you have of your model, right? And he's showing me formulas in 2025, right? So the idea of conceptualizing what a model could be, right? For flat Earth, we have clues. We have clues about what could be our model if we try to conceptualize of what we see and how things work, right? One of the most simple way of conceptualizing this, our model could be a clock.
Yeah.
Right? The North Pole in the center, right? The hands of the minute hand and the hour hand representing the luminaries, right? One of the most simplest form attached to the center. The way the sun moves with the time zone, the 24 hours, right? The way the compass moves, the way the Astrolabe does its calculation and shows the real observations, real time tested devices and gadgets.
And
absolutely. And
can I throw something
also,
in real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Bro, you're bringing up the 24-hour clock, and meanwhile they want to tell us that the sun doesn't go by 24 hours. and that's to get them out of the trick of in 6 months from now, the Earth being on the sun being on the same side of the Earth, right? So in 6 months, it's exactly the time off from what they say is a day now. They say the day is 23 hours, 56 minutes, and like 12 seconds or something. And if you take that time and times it by 182, it gives you 6 months. And that's how they explain the sun not being in the wrong place in every 6 months, right? You guys follow this, right?
Mm.
So what's wrong? Is the sun off, or is every single clock in the world off now?
Yeah, and take into consideration too, they have to have leap years. That's a whole 24 hours. You know, I know it's over
Yeah.
4 years, but still,
So they
it's
say
still a
6 hours a year.
band-aid. Yeah,
And the
Yeah.
Prague, I think the
Yep.
Prague clock is something to consider as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Prague clock.
yeah.
Oh yeah, the Prague clock
Look at
is
that. That was when clocks were
after
first
after
being
the
made.
Antikythera mechanism.
I think the Prague clock is real. I think it's something to also, who told them? Somebody, they knew something, right? They knew something back in 1410 whenever they did it, right? So I think it's a pretty
Oh
powerful.
yeah, that's the software, Tron. That is the reason I'm saying, right? A clock, right? A compass,
Yes.
an astrolabe, the astronomical clock you're saying, and the grandfather of all the Antikythera mechanism, right? The real word, the real name of the scientific instrument of Antikythera mechanism is a cosmograph. What is a cosmograph? Graphing the cosmos. It's a two device in one device. The Antikythera mechanism is called Antikythera mechanism because it was found a Greek version near Greece in a shipwreck. That's why it's called the Antikythera mechanism. But it has a scientific name that people need to open up their heads. It's called cosmograph. It represents our portable planetarium. Guys, we are speaking about a device which is 2000 years old, which is a portable planetarium, a portable cosmos, right? Not a digital one that we have today, that where we can see it in a digital form, but a real analog device based on gear mechanism, doing gear ratios to show the
Yeah.
cycles happening every 19 years and how every cycle is important for other cycles to continue. Gear within
Right.
gears.
Yes, and not just going forward, but backwards as well.
I was
You
gonna
know, that's
say
the cool thing.
retrograde. The
Mhm.
mechanism
Exactly,
to the
retrograde,
retrograde
prograde.
is crazy.
Yeah, you know, and one other thing I'd just like to point out, you know, that what we can observe with our eyes, and you know, if you go to the equator, and these guys, if you look due west, north is on your right, south is on your left. Hypothetically, if you're looking due west on the equator, and you look up and take a time lapse, you're gonna see your left side, right? Your celestial equator on your left side, you're going to see the stars rotating counterclockwise without even turning your body. Just look to your right, time lapse, you're going to see it spinning the right. It splits right up the middle. There's a straight line in the sky that separates, and all they have to do is go take a time lapse. It happens every year. Repeatable test you can do yourself. That explains why they get so stumped. I don't know on, you know, trying to say they don't spin opposite ways, but yeah, just go to the equator and do it. Look due west and check a time lapse. Yeah. Magic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and also as Gene was mentioning about the retrograde and prograde, because this is one of the argument too, right? They're saying no, the geocentric cosmology don't show the or cannot explain retrograde. They cannot. What do you mean not explain retrograde? There is retrograde, there is prograde, everything calculated. They even have a system of wobble inside the gears where Gene in the mechanical realm is mentioning about this part about how that wobble creates and show that retrograde in a gear analog device. Go guys, suck it up. Go suck it up that we don't have a model. We have an analog model which shows you exactly in precision time of every luminaries in their positions which kind of eclipses, in which time, in which month, right? Everything in more than the people can imagine. Soros, Metonic cycle, examinal cycle, there's so many different cycles depending on year, which do all those calculation. It's a freaking computer which shows you the real movements of the sky, guys. Where the hell are people living in? Which century are you living that we don't have a model, right? Because
I think they
yeah,
may
go
be a
ahead.
little jealous, Vikka, because we actually have something you could put in your hands that the government can't tamper with or screw up, right? They can always do it on computers and digitally and lie to you about a globe. But when you have something like this much evidence that, goes forward and backward and accurate, I think they may be a little jealous about that. Yeah.
You know what, bro? It's even more accurate than the watches we were just talking about. It's more
Yeah.
accurate than today's best watches by far.
Yep.
There's
Well,
hardly a comparison between the accuracy.
I
That
think
says a lot.
I think when
Yeah.
people are screaming for a model at us, I think what they're wanting is something that
I lost.
they can go out and measure. You know, they claim to know the measurements of the sphere and all this mess, which we know it's all been debunked. But I think they're
Quantification.
yeah, they want to know, well, what about our model? And they want to be able to know how big it is, how you
Yes.
know, and all this stuff. Now I
Right.
cannot. I don't know anybody that can provide that. That's why I say, well, this Gleason map, maybe it looks like that, but I can't, because we can't provide any empirical, measurements to suffice anybody. I think that's what they're wanting, and I can't do it. I don't think anybody can right now. We don't even know what's on the other side of this ice wall, right? We don't really know. So this is what I think that some of the people are screaming about, and I think when I tell people, go ahead. I'm sorry. When I say that, when people scream at me for a model, I'm thinking in my brain, I can't tell you how round the circle of the earth is and stuff like that. I can't tell you how far up, the firmament may or may not be. I can't tell you what's on the other side of the ice wall. All these things that I don't think anybody can do, although I wish I could. And so that's
these people think these people think that the NASA is predicting all these luminaries and the eclipses. Dude, it's one of the oldest known science of all ancient cosmologies, right? Their archaeology shows how precise they were.
Yes.
Wake the F up, guys. Wake the F up. Even before somebody have thought of Earth being a globe, the people were making constructions of high-tech construction in align with the luminaries and how they align even today with everything, including the north, including main big structures and cities, how they align with the north, right? And all different constellations.
Something as simple as the sundial. They knew about.
Oh yeah, what is it? How does the sundial look? Again, a circle with a pin in the middle, right? Yep. Same like a compass, same like a watch, right? Same like an astrolabe, same like the astronomical clock.
They knew
the gadget is there. The real tech is there, which is telling what is our real model. Because if we really see an astrolabe, what is its function? It's showing you the angles between the stars and helping you locate yourself if you have a map, right? It's all. That is the reason, right? That is the reason we have to understand that is importance of the luminaries. Apart from the observation, the way we travel, the way the things move, the way the timekeeping is done, this shows what is the real model. What was Stonehenge or other ancient stuff? These were all timekeeping machines. What was Göbekli Tepe? It is a timekeeping machine. It's telling you where we live.
Pyramids,
guys. Well, even in Genesis, right, in the Bible, it said that, and the Lord put, he set the luminaries, the sun, the moon, in the heavens to give light upon the earth. But then he also said for times and for seasons. So we got it right there from a biblical point that they knew the seasons and the time, etc., based on looking at the giant clock that was right above
Tron.
them.
Tron, was the words symbols in there as well, or signs? Was it for signs and seasons?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh yeah, signs and seasons.
Symbols
Yeah.
or something?
Seasons. I believe so. Well, I don't know. Let's look.
Well,
Look
the
it up.
sun's
Yeah,
for years,
because
it's for
Look it up.
months, and stars are for days.
Yes.
Or no,
well, no,
stars.
I'm looking for the word signs or symbols.
It
If
might have
that's
been. I'll say in 2 seconds. Let me find out. We'll find
I think
out
it
right
says
now.
signs and
I know.
seasons and not symbols. But
signs and
hey,
seasons.
while you're looking that up, Dotron, I did want to say if there's any NASA fanboys out here that's listening that
NASA.
trust their government and NASA, there's already CIA documents out the wahoo and NASA documents out the wahoo saying
Here,
that
got it.
nothing can fly unless it's flat and stationary.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
They say it in all the papers. Yeah.
Here
yeah.
it is. Here it is. He said he put lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the night from the day. Let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and for years. So it's like a huge,
Right.
giant clock.
So what
And more.
signs though? What signs and why? That tells me that if there's a mud flood, like periodically, like cyclical, there could be something that does change in the sky because nothing changes. Everything rotates in unison.
Well,
So
I
if there's
think
a
it's
little shift somewhere that nobody would ever pick up, they probably know exactly where to look, and they're just waiting for when. So
yeah.
that to me is like a red flag. Signs, like what signs?
Well, I've
How are
always
we
thought
supposed to
like
know what signs are?
and asteroids, stuff like that they say that like Haley's comet that comes around every so once in a while. I
Yeah,
think
where does it
maybe
go
it's
and how
speaking
does it
about
get back?
right. I don't know.
Where's it coming
It's
from?
We're
it's
traveling a
yeah,
million miles an hour that way. Haley's Comet's
right,
going that way. How does it get back?
right. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
this is the thing when people were asking what is happening every 19 point something years, right? Even I think Sam was asking last time when he saw the mechanical ram, right? It's it's a repeat. It's gonna if today you see an eclipse or a phase of a moon are right 19 years, not exactly 19 point something years.
yeah,
If you
no, that's
calculate it, you're going to see the same exact thing. Maybe not in the same place, another part of the RAM, but you're going to see the same thing. What is showing us that everything is cyclical, right? We have to understand one cycle makes the second cycle, right? There's also a confusion of people have speaking about constellation and the 13 moon, 13 months and 13 constellation and 12 guys. Every luminary have its own cycle, right? The main luminary in this realm here is the sun, is the first cycle, right? And in relation to that is this the moon, and then you have the Venus, Mercury, whatever other luminaries, right? And the same way is the constellation doing their own turn, right? Also use as a reference for these luminaries as cycles, right? So every cycle is important for the other cycle to be continued or taken to reference. Same like one gear moving 10 times is going to move the second gear one time and go on, right? This is how it shows. Even in the Mayan cosmology, the gears is representing those cycles, right? About one cycle making the other and the other, and the same way we have the precision of the equinox when we speak about the constellations of the zodiac, which is moving in anti-rotation, right? Representing the different era and ages of religions and whatever was the past, right? Are speaking the way these luminaries have been working. So imagine this software is been from a very thousands of years. They know exactly. That's why they're repeating the repetitions of things. And somebody freaking was mentioning Stone Age is fake. Maybe it's fake. Maybe it's freaking manipulated. What about it? Gobekli Tepe is also fake. No, it's showing you the cycles. It's showing you how the ancients knew the importance of all these, if you want to call it points, the equinoxes, the solstices, right? The springs. This is how they knew where they were going, what's happening, what is going to come again, right? So this software is very ancient, and that software is been put in a gadget which looks like a clock, which looks like an astrolabe, which looks like our realm, right? And it's showing you in real time what is happening. And as RG mentioned, not only now, present and past, not only predictions, post-dictions, right? Which device, an analog device, can do that, right? And in today's, if it was made today, maybe we would think, yeah, maybe it's manipulated. How old is that, right? And it's only compatible with all the other devices which we know we only works on a flat realm.
Yes.
Yeah, really.
Well, believe it or not, guys, Alex Gleason, you ever read Alex Gleason's book? Got it right here. It says, is the Bible from heaven? Then it goes on to say, is the earth a globe? It's a big book by 400 pages. He actually addresses everything you're talking about, Vikka, or certainly hits all around it. Lunar cycle, the solar cycle, and all these different things.
Yeah,
well, he never heard of the Antikythera mechanism.
No, not that.
He was also he was also a chronologist. Guys, listen. He was also a chronologist. Maybe you're gonna find it in the book, but that's what he was predicting eclipses too, right? What does a cartographer, an engineer, also interested in chronology? Why? Maybe that was the reason he could make the Gleason map, because he understand what time is. That's why he could measure with the sun, as when I was mentioning the sun being a ruler. Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Pretty smart. He was pretty smart. I mean, it's pretty interesting. He covers a lot of that stuff if anybody wants to get the book, but there's just so much that even I'm learning still. You know what I'm saying? As long as I've been a flat earther and everything, but this is a pretty good book. And to think that he was writing this in the 1800s, right? And it's just he knew some stuff. A lot of people knew stuff, and of course, he was fought against and everything else, and everybody wants to just brush it on underneath the rug like it never happened. Like it's just a footnote that some weirdo wrote a book. But I think it's important to go back and examine. At least for myself, I'm going back and examining all these old books I got, and there's a lot of great information in there concerning these things. Very much so.
Oh yeah, and as you say, for sure, the knowledge from the ancients with devices like these. That's why he could come up with these things, right?
Yes. Well, it shows that he thought it through. He thought it through, right?
They were being taught that stuff also back then.
I'm sorry, sir. What do you say, Gene?
They were, a lot of the young kids were being taught this stuff back then.
Yeah, well, he learned it. He learned what it was.
I mean, it was before the education system was installed. So imagine all of these things were really important to the people back then as it got washed away.
I think so. Yeah, the people were much smarter.
I definitely think it was a big part of their life.
People were smarter than history gives them credit for, because you guys know history is basically been whitewashed, right? We don't get the real history, but people were much smarter.
They just call it history.
Oh, it's made it up. They make it up. They've rewritten it. Because the more I've studied history, the more I realize I don't know a whole lot about history, and I've been really looking at it, for a while. So, but there's so much coming out it's just astonishing how much that's been covered up. It's amazing, man.
Who brought up the Prague clock? I think you did, Sean.
Yeah,
that thing stands there. It's like this icon of a timepiece from the 1460s, I think.
I think it was 1410, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that early? Okay, even better.
Yeah.
Because gears were just being introduced to the public at that time. And look at this masterpiece that stood for 600 years.
Exactly.
It still works. People still scratching their head over it. And
that proves geocentric. The geocentric right there, that proves that's the geocentric model, if you want to call it a model, right there. That Prague clock
seems to be.
It is. They
And
showed
where's the little one? Is there a Prague clock with like half of the functions that the Prague clock has, or
I don't know.
maybe I don't know. Legitimate question. Is there
I
something
really,
simpler?
but the whole thing was
Yeah, not
based on
everybody can read. Not everybody can read what the Prague clock is able to give out.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
all the information.
But it's
Oh yeah. So the same thing. The same thing. It goes with the antikythera mechanism. Not everybody can understand. Maybe the basic things you could understand, but if you really want to get out real data from the antikythera mechanism, it's possible. Right, if you understand it, it's so much complex machine it is, right? So it's the same thing. I think the astronomical clock is just a bigger version, maybe some more different features, but it's the same thing. It's telling you, as Tron also saying, as Gene also is saying, geocentric stationary cosmology.
exactly that, which that shows you right there, and is my opinion that that's the way they believed it. That's the way people saw it. It wasn't an anomaly. It wasn't something that was like, what is this? I think the people understood it back then. And
Yeah,
then
Oh
no,
yeah,
I
and
don't.
there are Tron, there are many more places like the Prague clock in
Yeah.
Europe, which shows these kind of clocks, dude, with the sun, moon, and the luminaries, guys.
Sure.
Different versions. Some are more simple, but guys, it just shows what the realm is.
Yeah,
I
and you mean to tell you guys what I think that the Germans. I don't know if y'all know much about the end of the war, but they had a very, very, very detailed map that was almost identical to the moon map theory. But I've got a 4-foot version hanging over my TV here in my room, and it talks about the firmament. I mean, you have to get Google to translate the German, but it's got some information that is just, I mean, it matches up almost perfect to where, yeah, like the Prague clock would be moving, because you know how our how science measures the movement of the magnetic north, right? And how it, is moving northwest all the time, pretty much. So basically, I think the luminaries either are drug as a whole across the sky, because I know geographically you can't have two geographic norths, right? But you can have a magnetic and a, geographic north. And this map shows perfectly a representation of what would happen if magnetically it was moving. The east side or the southeast or east side of this ice wall, so to say, if it's a 360 ice wall, the east side would always be refreezing and the west would always be melting, right? So I think it's something like that as well. It matches the Prague clock perfect, though, the movements of it. But go ahead,
Oh
guys.
yeah, absolutely,
Mhm.
bro. And this is the thing, right? That is why the importance of North Pole is in every cosmology. They have the Mount Olympus, the Mount Meru, the Rupes
Mhm.
Nigra, the Black Rock, the Cosmic Mountain. Every cosmology has that north there. Why is it not the south there? If there was anything called a geographical South Pole, why didn't the ancient cosmology have that? Why do they only represent the north? Why does the pyramid only represents the North Pole? It's real representation of our center of the earth,
Mm.
right? Some people have it as a tree, like Yggdrasil, the Celtic cosmology, right?
Mhm.
Tree of life. That's how they represent the North, where all the God lives according to them. In Bible, where is the throne of the God? In the North. Where is those lights coming
Mhm.
from, right? Why is that importance? Because it's that center of
Center point.
everything.
Yeah, yeah. And the center point would also be if the firmament is not only just solid, but if it's a living like the Earth is, the breathing of the Earth, the the high tide, low tide, the breath of life they call it, right? If our firmament is also alive and is able to move magnetically, the forces of it, and this is just my words, but if it is, then this would make so much more sense of a purpose. All right, for the north. And in the north, not only is it geographic on the ground, but if it's represented at the apex of our dome, there's a lot of old folktale and stories about the apex of the dome being the abode of the gods as well, where God's throne is, right? Yeah.
I want to add to that. I talk about that because everybody's concerned. Gee, what's on the other side of ice wall? Let's go over there.
What's up, big bro?
I say, let's go to the center. Let's go to the center of the earth. I think that's where it's at. The center, the north. The north to me, this is my opinion. The north's the most important. I want to know what's going on in the north, right in the
Santa
center.
Claus.
You think that's where it's at, the North Pole?
Tron.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, Ira?
The North
Hey,
Pole,
great to
there
see
is
you
no
guys.
North Pole.
I know, bro. I'm not talking about the center. You know what I'm talking about. The center.
Yeah, no, I think it's funny because when I grew up, there used to be like a physical North Pole that we talked about. Now, when you Google it, there's nothing. There's just water and ice over there.
I really wonder what's there. I don't know. Because I think that's where it's at. I know people are concerned, the ice wall and what's beyond it. I'm like, let's get back over here and go to the center first. I think, to me, that's where I want to know. That's my opinion. That's just me.
I'd like to add something to that. Hi, Tron. My name's Ira. Nice to meet
What's going on, man?
you. Good to see you, everybody. I just joined a little late, but yeah. So check us out. Like, someone was mentioning to me about stuff about the North Pole, and I write a lot about that. I have like various little snippets and videos. My newest Substack post gets into a little bit of stuff about that. I have like a 9.5 hour conversation with Taylor Price now, recorded and put up on my Substack, and it's more than a conversation; it's edited and stuff. You know what I mean? You guys know.
From one clip, Ira?
No. I made that clip that you saw of me. I just edited a full on near 10-hour long conversation, but it's not all just talking. It's a video mixtape too, so it's like really fun. You guys are in it, by the way, many times where your guys are shouting about Karenism and stuff. But and one point I was making recently, it was about Greenland. And Greenland is a clue that you need to understand what's going on at the North Pole. Is that okay? So we know when we zoom into the North Pole, there's something wrong there. Probably, have you guys checked the anti-meridian line?
Yeah.
Okay,
I know a
cool.
little bit about that. It doesn't look
cool. Yeah. It's like they're screaming it from the rooftops, just as mentioned in I think it's in the book of Matthew of the Bible or something. And then, so in Greenland, someone told me to check out like how many 5-star hotels are by the fishing waters, and there's a lot of them. And then in the middle of Greenland, it's just painted white. There's no information. So it's like, dude, that's probably like a whole society of people there. Like, did anybody bother to check? Like, everybody's working 5 days a week or whatever. Like, or if you got free time like me, where you have no choice and you live in a city that refuses to give you a job, then I guess you have time to look at everthing, and that's where we're at.
Yeah.
So
hey, same here, brother.
Yeah,
Same
dude. These people
We
are
got a lot of time.
these people are squeezing their money as tight as they can, but it's like I'm still very optimistic. I don't even.
What I can tell you this for sure is I was looking into the old military bases right there at the tip of Greenland where the old Mercator map is kind of erased, and there's a place called Thule, like the Thule Society of the Germans. Well,
okay, yeah, I've heard of that.
Thule Air Force Base, or the old base, is now under the ground, but it's still existent. So I'm thinking there's some tunnels that go right across over there.
Oh yeah.
We just don't. Yeah, we just need to raid the base, bro, and just do our own thing. Just go up there and like march in.
Yeah. The new.
Sure. Let's go tomorrow.
Hey,
The
hey,
freaking
you got the boat, but I'm down.
I'd say the new lunch break video came out yesterday. My lunch break or whatever, and It's talking about how the military literally stole like the whole like things about the military architecture and these little forts and stuff. They built these perfectly cymatic forts for defense during wars. There's even one here in Minnesota, dude. Okay, so here in Minnesota, if anybody knows, I am very skeptical about Civil War history. I grew up in North Carolina, and they beat that stuff in our heads at 2nd grade and the 6th grade. And we had to sit there and hear all about how these people were stuffing muskets in wool coats in the middle of the hot sun and lining up in perfect fashions to like, you know, fire at each other upon a general's command.
Yeah, just get shot down.
The first guys are down on
dude,
their knees,
nobody's gonna
standing above them.
I'm just like, dude, no one's gonna do that. Like, this is the stupidest story. We learned about this. How do we learn about this? From Windows 95, dude. There was Civil War games. Like, you could play like little games and stuff, and then they put it in their books. And I think the reason they told us about shit like that was to normalize wars in the 20th century.
Right.
So they could be like, well, it's less bad than it used to be. Now you got a little more warmth, and you got MREs, and you got an assault rifle now instead of a musket. And they told them the musket stories probably to freaking like make them feel better about their automatic weapons. I just can't like. So anyways, like, we have people here in Minnesota, which is close to Canada, nowhere near what they say the freaking Civil War was at, but they talk about all these like Civil War like battle defense forts and stuff, and all these Minnesota like people who like whatever Civil War Minnesota. There's a big it's like, and it's in some depressing square building with a bunch of fake shit in it. It is insane here. Anyways,
I honestly think, just since we're on this subject, real quick, I really think that the early military stories were told in books by the Rockefellers, right? But I do think something happened where, these people came over and like killed off a bunch of indigenous people to take their star forts and their technology and these big, cathedrals and the free energy buildings. Yeah, they got all that figured out.
And they distracted us with this other insane story, which is that.
I think so.
Oh yeah, so guys, getting back to the North Pole, this is a thing, right? There are people flying around the North Pole all the time right now. The only thing is you cannot get from the 0 degrees of North Pole is 300 miles. You cannot enter 300 miles. That's the distance according to, because in today's time, there are airlines flying in every direction, right? Even if we see on a Gleason map, there are planes flying in every direction in relation to the north. That's how they are even calculating their compass and everything, their positions on the latitude and longitude in relation to the north. What is there? We don't know. They are showing us ice, but only 300 miles in circumference of the point, it's no-fly zone. So what could be there? I don't know. What the people are expecting to be there, I don't know. Like, it'd be going to a lot of speculation there. If maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's more important, maybe it's not less important than the South. No, everything is fucking important.
Yeah, really.
Right? Everything is important and equally important. All right. So it could be a technology for us just to feel that is the center of the earth. Could be, right? People speak about pyramids and underwater pyramids. Could be a technology. The geographic, the magnetic north could just be a technology. Maybe the real north is much more ahead of our prison circle.
Right. I'm thinking, the story goes that in the right time, the veil will be lifted on the land of the saints, or the camp of the saints, right?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, if I don't know if y'all know of a lady named Leaving Babylon. She's got a channel. Oh, Dad, not so loud. But she's got a channel, Leaving Babylon, and she's a genius with putting all that information about the North into very functioning current circumstances, and what's melting, what's not. What have we been told about these canals that lead to the North, and what has been hidden Oh man, she breaks it down, but I recommend that for anybody. Yeah.
Yeah, Hilton Intellect is saying pyramid Earth, right? The pyramid has the maths inside for us to know what this realm is. We can literally measure what this Earth is
Oh, it's good. Everything's good. So,
by understanding the mathematics of what the pyramid is representing, right? What is happening there. So what I mean to this, the ancients, the archaeology, the gadgets, the structures, the cycles, the luminaries, like all these things are pointing to us, the celestial navigation, everything is pointing to us what is our real model, right?
Hmm.
So yeah, what do you what's your take, Ira? What do you think about the model and what? Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
You
Regarding the North Pole and stuff, I have a feeling there. Okay. So the clue, I think we live in a diamagnetic torus, and I think that we have a dielectric center of inertia, which is what we're measuring as the flat Earth. Flat Earth is a starting point to us figuring out what's going on. The evidence is for what I claim to be the upper torus field above us would be in the Aurora Borealis and also the Aurora Australis, which is out near the ice wall. See the opposite of the north, right? So we can see the Aurora Borealis facing north, and so that energetic torus field. We also have these magnets, such as the Washington Square Park. When you guys watch my new video, me and Taylor go into that stuff, and that magnet is shaped just like I don't know if it's a magnet for sure.
Oh, the arch?
But like those arches seem to be like magnets, and they're always facing north. And I think they
Right.
could be used as some type of portal. I entertain thoughts. In my reality, I think mirror portals are real, such as like the evidences for that would be around a couple hundred years ago when Louis XVIII had a hallway of mirrors. It's like, who the heck would want to look at himself that much walking down from A to B inside a giant freaking stolen cathedral, probably. But those types of things are they're a bit daunting, but they're extremely useful to look into because we don't really know. I think there's some type of holographic quality to this reality system. I also entertain a lot of thoughts about the Yggdrasil, for example, and we would the flat plane we live
North.
on extended out would be like Midgard, and if we're looking in Christian astrotheology and that kind of thing, then we would simply, or I mean this would match with like what they're talking about, the 7 layers in the Islam too, but like this because there's so much chaos and deception here that we would be in like a lower heaven. I mean, and it would still remain a heaven to some degree because like we still have cats and stuff. So
maybe we are near the trunk of the tree, right? Maybe the Midgard is the trunk of the tree. The
Right.
roots are the underworld, and the upper worlds are like the realms, right? For sure, there are many different ways of different cosmologies explaining the same thing, right?
Okay.
And I hypothesize that heavily, but I definitely know that what we live on, as far as like the flat Earth, what we definitely can deduce that gravity doesn't exist. It's just dielectric acceleration, and that we have the diamagnetic torus field, meaning there would be as above, so below, and we don't know what's on the other side of that diamagnetic torus field. But in electromagnetic science, such as explored by Ken Wheeler, if you guys are familiar with him,
And RG the artist. Yeah, you gotta check him out.
and
Yeah,
RG,
I tried getting him on the show, bro. He
Oh,
wouldn't come on the show.
Wait,
He won't
Ken
come
Wheeler
on,
won't
man.
come on I'm friends with him on Facebook. I could probably like bug him about it.
Nah, I
So-
tried,
Poke
dude.
him-
I'm
poke the
friends
bear,
with him too.
man.
He wouldn't. Dude, I hope if you get him on, bro, you feel welcome. Feel free. Check with Vikka for the schedule, though.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I tried, and he wouldn't even answer me. I was talking to him, blah blah blah, this that. I'm like, hey, man, why don't you come on the show?
I'll say it's probably less neglect. He explained on some video recently that he has 3 jobs and he's constantly running out of money because this economy is a totalitarian one. and he has like 3 jobs right now, and so he's like working 7 days a week, and he just he doesn't have his traps set with that, but it's like, yeah, I mean, that's why I'm just like, man, how is this fucking genius? Like, people need to be buying his damn books or some shit, But I'm just saying,
Well,
like,
flat Earth might get him fired too
Oh,
from one of his jobs.
Guys, before we take
He's not a flat earther.
Ironworks opinion about the moral thing, just wanted to add something, Ira, as you mentioned about the holographic aspect, right? For sure, there are different ways of understanding or conceptualizing this realm, right? We were speaking about the physical and the analog machine and the gadgets, how also shows how this realm work, right? But also, as you say, about the holographic and in the esoteric or spiritual way, how you could explain. For sure, we put it as spiritual because some things we might be able to define in scientific way, right? But also could be explained in a spiritual aspect, the same thing, right? The truth, the knowledge comes from above, right? The reality, truth comes from above. So the lies have no ways to go against it, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, brother. Ironwork, Vladimir,
Hey,
our
Vikka,
brother.
Can I say one thing, Vika, real quick before we bring Vlad in? Sorry,
Yeah,
bro.
go ahead.
Ira, I wanted to mention that if you look back in the live history of Vika's channel, you go back in the lives and you'll see before we put out TMR, we had like 10 or 15 weeks of covering all the different cosmologies. And you might find some interest in the Norse one you mentioned.
Yeah.
Norse
I'll check that out.
bro, it was friggin'
And yeah,
it was awesome.
I also meant to say, like, my conclusion by deduction after all the, like, what we can measure, we know it's sure dialect, whatever. It just means, I mean, way I say it in my film or like in my book is like, I just say that means we live in a spiritual realm. And that's it. That's actually what I meant to say. And that's the word. He filled in my words of what I meant to say. But the conclusion of what I say is like, if I was to be simple, I'd be like, it's a spiritual realm. And that's what it is. And
that's why they quantify everything, because they want to make everything physical. They
that's
gotta have
right.
everything counted and accounted for, and here's all your information. We got it. Don't sweat nothing.
Yeah.
Don't look over there either.
We have it, and the explanation, and in spirituality, in science, in rational, in physical, right?
Yeah. I mean, but like we can, I mean, that gets up questions about like the astral realm. And I talked to my metaphysical friends about this. I'm like, well, the astral realm's also flat, right? Like, and it's like, well, it's just like something you can adjust your body's mind into. And it's like, that's another thing that's like, okay, that's kind of the level of what I'm seeking to define.
Oh yeah, that's how you, brother, that's how you perceive the reality, right? If you're speaking about the astral realm, when you are in one with the divine, you are everything. So what do you mean you are everything? Everything you see around you to the infinity, because you will gonna see the infinity when you're one with the divine, and that's part of you. You're seeing infinity. It's not gonna occur, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's say hello to our brother Vladimir.
What's
Vlad,
up,
how are you
Vlad?
doing?
What's up, Vlad?
Hey, squad, man, it's good to see y'all. It's good to see y'all. Vika, thanks for having me on, bro. Gene, RG, Tron, Ira, it's good to be on here with y'all, man. Much appreciated. I wanted to kind of tag on to what it is you said, Ira, because you said something that kind of piqued my interest with that, right? With everything being like, spiritual and everything else like that. Also, to tag on with what Gene said. I made small, little videos and stuff. I just find it remarkable how when we talk about toroidal fields, let me call you back. Let me give you guys a call back later. I'm breaking up now.
Yeah, you're
All right, let me call y'all later.
I can't hear you too good, bro.
You're good now, buddy. Well,
hey guys, one more thing to touch on what Ira was saying. Vika, you know this. I brought this up once or twice over the years, and I found a 4-leaf clover in the 1980s in Washington Square Park one day, hanging out there, and I still have it. It's in my wallet, which I happen to have forgotten at the house today. I didn't realize till I got here. I was like, hope I don't get pulled over. But bro, the way I found that 4-leaf clover is the same way I find all of them. And dude, it's a language, bro. Those things talk to me. Some of you guys are gonna understand this. Some of you guys are gonna laugh at me, but
Nah, I ain't.
something will tell me to stop and look down. What's up, brother?
You know.
Dude, I'm in Washington Square Park. How many four-leaf clovers over the last 10 years you think grew in Washington Square Park? I don't know. Maybe a lot. But I was sitting there. There was a bunch of us waiting to get into a show. We're hanging out, probably trying to drink as much as we could because the beer was expensive inside. So, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. And I turn around and I'm like, there it was. Four-leaf clover staring at me. I'm like, look, I heard
Hello,
that. That thing
darling.
told me
Hello, darling.
and, right? And why was I sitting right there? There was 10 of us, 15 of us. And I happened to be leaning up on this wall. You know, other people were standing, the people all over the place. And all of a sudden, something told me to turn around and look, and there was a freaking four-leaf clover. And I have a collection of, I don't even know, I don't even pick them anymore. But I have over 15 of them. I gave
Mail
a bunch
me
away.
one. Hell, I need some four-leaf good luck.
Bro, talk to them. I promise you, talk to them in your mind, and don't think it, know it, that they're all listening. It's a spiritual thing, man.
Well,
If
it
I was
hurts
to
my feelings
practice
because
that more, I guarantee you, I found them in front of people talking about it. I'm like, yeah, I find four-leaf clovers because the trees are talking to me, bro. And next, I'm like, oh, look, here's one right here. Swear to God, I did that in front of my family on Long Island once. They were like, what the fuck? I don't know. That's very spiritual
I
place
dropped
we
my
have, guys.
wheelchair, man, through the yard, and I feel bad running over them. Like, it hurts my feelings, kind of. Now that you're talking about it, I feel guilty
I
that
know. When
I
I'm
run up
mowing my
to
lawn,
meet
I'm
them.
saying prayers. I'm like, sorry, guys. You know, it's just a haircut.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Oh
I know
yeah,
I'm
so
running things over, but you know, I can't. My backyard can't be like, welcome to the jungle.
so this is the
know?
reason, guys. This cannot be an accident, right? This is a
Exactly,
very
bro.
well intelligently designed creation.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah,
precise, right?
I
Definitely.
was going to say, Vikka, if you don't mind, just about the holographic nature of things, and if some people don't like that word, use fractal. Because anything
Nice.
in your body at the smallest level from your DNA has all the information of your whole body, right? So you can do that and scale it up or scale it down, and it works
Beautiful.
like that. And also, I believe it's spiral. It starts from the apex of the dome and works its way down and
It's
gets
a
wider and
spirit.
wider.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Spiral is spirit, right?
yeah,
At the
nice.
at the at the core level is the stamp of the divine. We see it in everything.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
everything.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And
And
I
they
mean,
try to
I agree with
copy
that.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I think if like, I mean, like, it's just why I would use the word like holography. Maybe a better word would be like hard light would be like what our bodies are, but like, hard holography, right? But it's also not necessarily totally like, I mean, I'm just saying that because it's a spiritual realm, that makes it where the subjective can manipulate the objective, which makes way for the China prana. So I'm not saying that in computer terms or the way that we were taught in schools where we're like, look, these guys in the 50s invented holograms. I'm like, I bet they didn't. Like,
well, there's a point I think in physics that has to go from the physical to the metaphysical. It has to transition because it starts to break down when you can't prove certain things, right? And then energy wise and our spectrum, we know there's a whole lot more right beside us, right? Right in
Frequency
front of us
too.
all the time. Yeah.
And the
So
light
I
and the
think
frequency,
that's important.
exactly, RG, right? It's all playing a part, including us and the realm above and the toroidal field within us, right?
Yeah.
And RG, you should check out this book. Helena Blavatsky, she was like the late
I've heard of
1800s.
her.
She wrote a book called Astral Projection: The Forbidden Art. Taylor has a copy of it too, but this book will like volleyball something back over your net regarding exactly what you said, but instead of me trying to respond to it, I'm going to say in that book, there's like, she makes a really she defines it, what's going on like in the unseen realm, right? Like in the typically unseen. And then, obviously increasing our vibration just increases our aperture. Like the other day I was looking at the grass and was able to watch it turn purple and electric.
Nice.
Well, many people could guess at how I achieved such a thing, but it's just that's what we're in. Yeah. And like, you can see like certain symbolism and sigils, even if you just look at the trees from the perspective of where they know you're going to be sitting. And then the other thing,
Well, chemistry is the new alchemy, right? Chemistry, basically. Change the chemistry or the whatever.
I'd say chemistry is alchemy, but minus the all, minus God. And that's the problem with chemistry, is that it's so
they took it way too far.
They just took it into reductionist terms so that you would just materialize everything, just like they're materializing astrology with all this
Science,
Neil Tyson shit, So, like what I guess, sorry to keep myself on track here, but I think the trees see us from a different period of which time dilation is the clue we need to understand. Like, some say, at least like some I know from pagan circles, might like they hypothesize something like, maybe 1,000 years to us might be a day for a god. And I think that's really fun, like mind experiment, if anything. I can entertain the thought, right? But then
brother, there is truth to it, brother, because this is the thing. Definitely. When we are out of this physical, there is no time. There is no time, right? So a year, even like the people who have a near-death experience or out-of-body experience, they can be for years in their astral realm, but they will be just here for 2 minutes, gone for us, right? Yeah. That in itself shows that it's possibilities that in this creation, there could be beings who have reached to a point in consciousness that time moves in a different way. That is the reason we are so here grounded with the time and the father time, the chronos, or turning above us, right? Everything is very cyclic. Maybe we are in this manifestation supposed to experience this physical time and this that is a problem, like also in reality, because time doesn't exist once you are not that dense or lower frequency, because once you become that higher frequency, there is no time. That's why in meditation you could be gone for 3 hours, but in physical reality you're just there for 2 minutes or 5 minutes. Go ahead, anybody.
That's right.
I explain it like this, if people can receive this, that from a spiritual side, I've always for years have felt like, for those that believe in God like I do, that God always dwells in the now. He's always in, there is no time. It's always the now.
Yeah.
At all times for him, regardless. So it's a whole nother time. It's a whole nother realm. And I think, I can't explain it because I'm not there, but now it's all about now, and everything is happening now, right? Exactly. We are giving that impression of linear time of past and present and future, but in reality what really exists is now, right? That was the whole concept of going in different way of what this life could be and how we take this life literally, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's say hello. Let's say hello. Yeah, let's say hello to Gio. Gio, how are you?
Hey, good. Can you guys hear me good?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
That's not Vlad, right?
Yeah. Say it again.
That's not Vlad, right?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
I was kidding around with Vlad.
Oh. Yeah. The accent. No, we good, brother.
He's got some of those voices really good, man.
Yeah, he does. He's a funny guy, man. It's been a crazy time in TikTok, and I heard Tron talking a while ago about like I don't know how long you've been on TikTok, bro, but I've been on TikTok for 3 years, and I've seen this happening for 3 years on TikTok where people infiltrated the flat Earth side community, pretending to be flat Earthers. I've seen this for 3 years, Tron.
That's what they do.
Yeah, pretending to be flat Earthers. And well, there was even a time where the whole like concave Earth community tried to boom for a second right there, and then it just vanished.
They still try. They still try.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, well, they got nowhere to go.
They're bored as hell.
Well, they just might as well go believe in the globe.
I mean, I think they're
but
just
they can't
paid,
because the
man.
globe is so fake that they got to do something different. Can't be that.
Come out pretty quick.
Right.
You know, I think
if I may just.
Gio, do you think this is like controlled opposition, or do you think this is society trying to rebel?
Honestly, Gene, I really do think that this is a department somewhere like NASA. I don't know. Don't ask me. Or maybe Will Duffy's department with a room full of people. Or bots, just bots. I don't know, just bots. Just I don't know, man.
All right.
There's no reason. Gene, there's no reason, bro.
Right.
There's no reason for them to be acting this way.
That's
the only thing I can think of.
I could see a lot of like, I'm from Brooklyn, so I'm thinking the way I think, but I get a lot of resistance from friends that I'm like, dude, you don't trust this, you don't trust that, you don't trust this. You're giving me half of the moon landing is probably fake, and it is just a lot of resistance from a lot of people that I thought this was going to be easy with. And then you know what else? If any of my Brooklyn friends are listening, you guys know a lot more flat earthers from Brooklyn than you think. I promise you that, guys. I tell you that right now because I talk to all of them. And everybody
everywhere, brother, everywhere.
Bro, I know, probably 5 or 6 people from Brooklyn that nobody else really knows. That we all know each other, but they don't know that these people are flat earthers. And they don't know that they understand space is impossible, that planes fly over a flat stationary Earth. And it's really interesting. I'll never out them. I'll never say anybody's name or anything. And they know that. Nobody's going to get any names out of me. But I tell you, I talk to everybody. They're out there. We're here, guys.
Hey, can I say something?
And sometimes even people who would never expect, right? That could also be wrong. Gio, before we continue, I want your opinion about all this model thing. Go ahead. What do you think?
The model? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say.
There are people who believe that the flat earth don't have a model, right? And the people who have watched the mechanical realm, they have another story, right? We are adding other gadgets also, which shows how it proves that we do have a model, right? What do you think about that? Go ahead.
Well, let me just say this. Do you know Bob the Science Guy?
Yeah, I've talked to
him. Have you ever? Yeah, try.
Yeah,
I know you know him, but Vikka, do you know him? Oh yeah, I think you've been a couple of times on TikTok. Right. So a couple of days ago, we were in the live, and he brought up the Astrolabe, and I'm like, "Hey, Bob, are you holding an Astrolabe?" And he's like, "Yeah, this device is 200 BC, from 200 BC, so that's about 2,227 whatever years old." I'm like, "Wow, Bob, it's kind of weird that those constellations on that Astrolabe has never changed for all those times." And I'm like, "Thank you for proving the geocentric model, the cyclical model that only works." Not a heliocentric model, but the cyclical model. So yeah, nice. That was a hole-in-one.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. The Astrolabe destroys it. Yeah, the astronomical clock destroys it. The compass destroys it. Right? Yeah. The celestial navigation destroys it. Right? What else is there? The sextants. Right? The real gadgets working in real time, doing real calculations, which these people doesn't like. That is the reason even there are some flat earthers who are having problem, because this is the thing that somebody was saying, freaking they're jealous. Yeah. Right?
Resentful that you made a film about it first. I mean, some of them are.
It's funny because, bro, that could be true because a lot of people in this community do know the Antikythera. They heard of it, or, they're real familiar with it, hopefully. But
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He
people
was
are
the one
watching
who
few
brought it to the
times,
table,
guys.
bro. Yeah, nice
Oh
job,
yeah,
Oh,
and
bro.
yeah.
because what is the problem? You know why? Because the others were too busy drifting and get information, get keeping the information. That is the thing. That was what happening when I made the flat and the curve. That is what happened when I made the mechanical round. It's not my problem if you are late to the party, right? And it's gonna continue like this, right? That is the reason many even flat earthers have problem.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I didn't fucking. This was all the life in front of us. The Antikythera mechanism, right? Why the people couldn't see it, right?
Mhm.
It's not what our problem.
Mhm. Yeah. And I want to add to the point to help Gio with his question. I do have a response for you. So Gio, my name's Ira. Nice to meet you. So right here on my bar, proxyersubstack.com. Okay, my newest post. Like okay, you guys, like I really just edited a full on 9.5 hour long video. Yeah, that's crazy. But somewhere in there, I do address the controlled opposition and have some hilarious clips of you guys dunking on Jaron and Austin and stuff. And it's like, I had to have all that amount of time to unpack the amount of tea that people need to see, because there's a lot of people who are hitting me up with frequently asked questions. And I'm like, I'm just going to give you this shape. And when you get done, just call me. That's why I'm doing it. It's like, think of it, my Substack as a giant telephone, right? So the thing is what we found about the concave people on TikTok and the controlled op people on TikTok is like, yeah, I mean, like there's some guy, I guess he was the third guy. I don't know him, but I guess he's connected with that TFE shit. Who the third guy who was pretending to be a flat earther, and Taylor, who's
Oh, the guy
who's
that
my
was
guest on
videoing
I guess so, yeah. And there's a video, and
John.
Vikka was on that live, but somebody screen recorded it. There's a guy who was on there embarrassing himself. But they were just asking him like, "Hey, what are the flat Earth talking points? Have you studied this?" And he couldn't, like, he just kept stumbling and couldn't.
Jonathan, the filmmaker, I had
The-
him on my live. I
Yeah.
talked with him 2 or 3 times.
Wow.
And I told him, I said, dude, look, just say you're not a flat earther. Come on, stop it. He's
Or
a
you
flat
can-
earther for 8 years. He knows nothing. I'm like, anything. And he's getting his talking points now because everybody's busting his balls because he doesn't know anything. And I'm telling you, I talked with him.
No, I saw a clip of that video and it's hilarious. I'd love to see what you found of that, Sharon. That's
Hey,
really funny.
hey,
But
Before
yeah.
before we move off from this, Will Duffy was the same thing.
Yeah, of
Will
course.
Duffy
Yeah.
pretended to know everything, and then I don't know. In
Knew
my
nothing.
opinion, they got wits at last, right before they left Punta Arenas or something like that. That's my opinion, because the day that he,
No, that's
that,
what
that,
happened.
that's what I believe. Yeah, I cannot
Well,
prove it, but that's what I believe. But they got Witsit got Will Duffy on an hour podcast asking him, I don't know, maybe 30 questions about flat Earth, and he couldn't say anything. And he has been telling everybody that he studied the whole of flat Earth and he tested
Mhm.
everything. So it's the same thing as
Yeah,
this Michael right here. That's
Sean Griffin got him.
good information, guys.
yeah. So you guys like definitely like my new video. It's very comedy, like, but it's also like it is the tea. And I invite you guys, like, I did mirror it to YouTube just in case you need to download it, right?
Is
You
it
can
ready
use-
now?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. No, it's I. You guys haven't seen me in a couple weeks because I like literally like I can't find a job, so I might as well make the flattest video freaking ever. Like I'm losing my mind, so I just made
Bro,
this.
where are you at? Where do you stay at? Because I'm in North Georgia, bro. I need help with
I'll
some
fly down.
hands-on building like this
Yeah.
plasma project I want to do. It's like a small vacuum chamber and like some plasma
Yeah.
stuff that with
Okay.
these magnetic bowl arrays, bro.
Yeah.
I'll
come help
would,
you.
yeah.
Dude, I'll take an Amtrak down there. I'm a little scared to fly, but it'd take me a couple days.
Dude, that would be fire, man. I
Yeah,
could probably put you up in a room and all.
oh,
But go ahead.
dude, and we could hang out and just like record a combo for my Substack, just me and you in a room without the
Yeah.
video portals.
Hell
That'd be, oh, dude, all right.
I'm
No, yeah.
just about to do
That's huge.
I'm
I'll
starting
do
a
that
new
with you.
podcast. But yeah,
I have nothing but free time. I'm up in Minnesota, but like I'm willing to travel. I just want to make sure like my folks here are okay, you know. So
Right on. Okay.
yeah,
Appreciate it, man.
So-
I'll keep it in mind.
dude. Okay, so I'll get in touch with you after this. Okay, I'll send you a message on where do you prefer? Well, you don't have to say it on YouTube. We'll
Telegram.
Well, it's, I
Telegram.
mean, yeah, Telegram or on the group. Yeah, yep.
okay. I'll find you on Telegram and we'll link up about that. All right, dude. Just count me in. I'm already down. That sounds awesome.
Right on.
Dio, why am I seeing you 2 times? Because I see you added to the screen and then I see you in the video. Which one is because which one? The another one. Alrighty. Wait.
Dude, really? There's 2 of them?
Yeah.
I think
that
I'm
was
from
2
his
G.
computer once.
Yeah,
I'm on
because
the-
it was 2.
on the mobile
Yeah, go ahead.
version. Yeah, I'm on the
Yeah,
mobile
on the
version.
phone.
It froze and it says try again. Something went wrong, and then I popped up 2 times. I saw myself 2 times, and my
Alrighty.
volume is super low now. I don't know what the fuck.
Hey, we got more than 6 of us in here. Welcome, feds.
Oh yeah. So this is the thing, guys. Yep. I know this is people are still having hard time understanding all this, right? There are possibilities. Like, you know, if we want to do a model of how the pressure system works, right? We can do a model of a terrarium, right? How the ecosystem works within a enclosed system. That could be a model in itself, right? We could do a model of a way like Antikythera mechanism. We could do a very similar to the astronomical clock or Astrolabe, right? So there are many ways of representing a model, right? Not just being a map, right? The flat Earth can scale down anything, our science that we are trying to prove, right? That's in a way, right? Combining all these different sciences and putting in one model, it's possible, right? In the future, maybe there are more people when they wake up, because our generations is too busy in many different bullshit, right? So even if we can try to understand what are the possibilities of our model, or even a model how RG is saying, right? What he wants to create, right? That's in itself could be a model scaled down version of what he's trying to explain.
Yeah.
Right. So the same thing. So there are different aspects of a model, right? And one of the most important that we already have from thousands of years ago is the Antikythera mechanism, the cosmograph, right? As I said about the clock, the best way to conceptualize our realm in a physical way, right, is this.
Yeah.
The gadgets are there, the things, how they work, right? So what else we have to back this up, right? What other things are there to show us that this is the true model, right? I wanted to show some things, but we'll take a break. Alrighty, guys, we'll take a break for a few minutes and then I'll play the video. But I wanted to play a couple of things before we get into that, because there are some amazing questions I would like to ask you guys regarding that too. But first,
I'm interested in telling y'all my thoughts on the model I'm thinking of too. And it's so different, but it could work. It makes sense. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just want to let y'all know. You know, after the break, we can do that.
Cool, yo. So yeah, guys, there's a few minute break. If you guys want to take a small break, that's awesome too.
Man.
I gotta get back to editing some things. So
Cool.
Great to see you guys. Thanks, y'all.
Ira, see you later.
Hey,
brother.
all right, yeah, hit me up, man, on Telegram.
I will.
Excellent.
Thanks,
Alrighty.
you guys.
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
appreciate you guys. All right.
Yes, sir. See you, man.
This is fate. Space is fate. Earth is life, don't you know? Firmament above, where heavens glow. God is watching from high Spaces fade. 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 Spaces fade.
All right, DJ New Moon. Space is fake. Awesome.
Why all the ancients used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper, bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. Or you can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you want to get one, the link is in the description. I'm gonna share it in the chat too, and also Gene's link is there if you want to order some frames and moon. Amazing artwork. So yeah, I also had the people writing me this week about somebody ordered a bracelet and they were having issues with the wrist, and after wearing the bracelet they could see some amazing results. Right, amazing bracelet combination with magnet. Anybody who wants to support, the link is there in the description. And yes, angle of elevation, Chris, your link is in the messenger, right? If you want to jump in. And I'm gonna play one more thing that goes with our today's topic. Where is it? I have to look for it. Just a second. Where is the? All right, I need to download it in a bit. So, yep. With RG's here, let me check. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yep. RG,
Yeah.
what were you mentioning about the model? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, but hey, even before we jump to that, I did want to say, yeah, guys, and whoever's listening or in the chat. So I got 2 of the bracelets from Vikka, man, and you know, I wear them every day. My blood circulation isn't the best because I'm a quadriplegic. So I do want to say my energy has improved. I can tell. And I believe my circulation, because I do get, you know, like I'm prone to getting like pressure wounds if I stay in the same position too long. Well, I did have one on my ankle from my shoes at one point, but yeah, that's healing up great, man. I just wanted to say thank you, Vikka. I'm not getting any money for this, but I can tell a difference. So thank you, man. Yeah.
Well, brother, absolutely appreciate that testimony, guys. Oh yeah, and thanks to you for the support, bro. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir. And yeah, I guess so don't jump on me, anybody. This is just my theory. I haven't got the information from anywhere else. Just something I've been thinking about over the years. Let me get my phone. Sorry about that. Just give me 1 second, guys. Got my phone here that likes to run away from me. Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we think about perspective, right? And you know, in our personal world, looking out of these 2 eyes, everything seems to be our size. Like we make our clothes to fit our body, right? The buildings to live in, not too big, not too little. But on the grand scale of things here, you know, in our toroidal system and the way our Earth seems to work fractally, you know, from top to bottom. Yeah, so I'm thinking if the biblical cosmology is correct in what it states, you know, about a solid type of barrier or firmament or dome, like an arch, I would think like the rainbows are formed, right? The shape of a rainbow. And it's solid and it keeps our gas pressure in, right? And with all that said, I think if that's true, right, we can kind of contemplate that we're already in a vacuum system.
What happened? Did he drop himself on accident?
looks like. RG, you got dropped away, bro.
Celestial clock, and God is Father Time. I talked to you guys a ton about this planisphere I built. It had spirals, anyone? And just like with we live in a celestial clock. I talked to you guys a ton about this. It had gears inside of a giant wheel, and it showed we live in
Alrighty, you guys can hear. You guys can hear it.
I can hear it. Yeah.
RG, yeah, RG, you're back,
Yeah,
right?
sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. You can, if you want to finish this
No,
first.
go
I
ahead.
can
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay, where
RG.
I think I left off at the point where I was talking about the, you know, the firmament, and if theoretically this is over us, right, and it's sealed, you know, to the land. God says that the firmament, you know, connects to the mountains in the, you know, around the circle of the earth. I think with the gas pressure and the gases that come from thermal vents out of the oceans, out of volcanoes, right? I think we're already in a pressurized system, right, with a container. So theoretically, the waters above us would keep that pressurized down. And we're already in what we would consider a vacuum chamber, right? It's not outside in space somewhere. We are kept held down, I think, by this gas pressure. And it's, you know, if it's always renewing, right, reusing itself, the gases as they rise up, the lighter ones, right, and it gets colder and colder, maybe those just you know, freeze at some point up there, or they coalesce in the upper atmosphere, right, say above 100 miles or something, or wherever they say space begins. It's not space, it's just coalition of gases and superfluid up there, which could technically house like plasma stars or plasma structures, which would weigh next to nothing, right? So that's just something I've been thinking about, and let me know y'all's thoughts. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. Yep. We have to try to decode it in from every different way we can. So it's always great.
Right.
Yeah, people tackling it from different aspect and trying to show the reality, right? Oh yeah, absolutely, brother.
Okay. Cool, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's just something to think about. You know, maybe add to our repertoire of, you know, evidences or proofs of what could be possible. You know, with a pressurized system like this that we're in.
Oh yeah. So do you think somebody was in the mentioning in the chat, right? Flat fact is saying the celestial clock is above us. We don't live inside it, right? How is something going to hang in above there, just like that? You are observing it from below, right? There's nothing outside and inside. It's just up and down, right? You're observing the hands of the clock, a sun and the moon, all the luminaries moving above you, which is attached to the North Pole. That's why we're speaking about the importance of the North Pole. In the Vedic cosmology, it says that the luminaries are attached to the North Pole with an invisible string, right? An energetic string, a frequency, whatever in the scientific term you want to call it, right? Being inside a clock or a clock above you, it's the same thing. It's a part of the mechanism. It's a part of the entity, the organism that it is, this earth that lives, right? Oh yeah. Ironwork, you're back, brother. How you doing?
I'm not bad. Actually, I'm better because my reception's better. I apologize for that the last time, y'all. And again,
No, he
thank you
said
for
you're
having
back. You're back. Not
Yeah.
bad.
All right. So
What's
I
up? What's
appreciate
up?
that. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm
Yeah.
good. But what I wanted to talk about, hopefully we're not too much off the topic of what golly Ira had stated, right? Really good points, strong points. But I'd say one of the big takeaways, man, is that I don't know where the hell we live, right? But I noticed similarities, right? I noticed similarities, and I think with a little bit more experimentation, like we see a bunch of similarities. I know with there's a book by Walter Kilner, excuse me, and it's called The Human Atmosphere. We were talking about oh geez, you guys were talking about, you know, toroidal fields and talking about Kenneth Wheeler and all that stuff. And all that stuff is like good and dandy, right? And we see them in so many different things. And Ira brought up the Yggdrasil, right? The tree in the middle of the north, right? Up at the North Pole. I think that's one of the best descriptions as to where it is we live. They don't have to, you know, the Norse folks didn't have to depict a, you know, a magnet or something like a rock spewing out, you know, its energy and then making it flow from top to bottom and stuff like that. But instead they used a tree, and the tree functions the same way. And if we look at the whole Hermetic principle as above, so below, the top of the tree, that sprouts, that comes out like this, looks just like what's down below at the bottom, right? And I'm like, damn, man, that's deep, that's wild. But then when I mentioned the human atmosphere, because with this guy Walter Kilner. His name is. You can check it out. I got the book right here. Awesome book. This guy made these glasses, right? And he used a liquid within the glasses called diethene, or
Oh yeah, the
something.
red liquid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's well, in some instances it's red, some instances it's blue. It all depends how they make it. I'm not even going to sit here and lie to you. I have no idea, right?
Gotcha.
But with this
Is this
liquid,
a similar that they used in Vietnam, where they seen
they
could
they
see him?
actually, yes. So
Mhm,
they used his methods in making
mhm.
starlight, and well, I guess you could say the precursor to starlight and everything else. Yeah, they did. And
Yeah,
actually
night
they
vision.
made a video. They just recently made a video on YouTube about this. But this is stuff like I found fascinating for a long time. But saying all that to say that what Walter Kilner recognized with making these lenses, these special crafted lenses, is that every human body makes its own magnetic field, sort of. They call it the aura and all that stuff. I'm just calling it a magnetic field. Could I be wrong? Sure. But there is something outside the human body. There's like a presence, right? And I don't know if people call it shielding or whatever, but that aura, right? It varies between being sick, what mood you're in, your age, your sex, right? Even people with missing limbs, right? The aura wouldn't be misshapen; it would maintain its same shape. But I think a lot of times, things like your different states of health and your different states of mind would kind of
Well, that's where your
make your basically like
phantom
your
pain.
right, make your exactly. So things like
Yeah.
that would like make your magnetic field change, either grow, shrink, change color, right? They could detect different
Yeah.
colors with this
Yeah.
diethene,
Mhm.
I forget the name, but it's in there. But the big part of this whole thing is to find that book. I have it right here. It's great. It's an amazing book. You could find it on Amazon. He wrote it around like
One day, wasn't he even was seeing aliens?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about I know in the YouTube that they mentioned, they said something about seeing like demons. They could see other, things other than people, right? Some people said they saw demons. Some people said they saw, just different types of entities that you wouldn't otherwise see. So I equate a lot of that to you. If you have infrared, if you have IR on your camera, I have it on mine. So I have like a night vision on
Yeah,
mine.
it's just
And
different wavelengths you're seeing into,
yes,
right? Like,
you're seeing
yeah.
totally different
Mhm.
wavelengths. When you have like a IR flashlight that you can't see with your naked eye, you could definitely see it with your camera phone, or you could see it with like a IR thing, right? And so these capabilities have been around, but they've kind of watered them down just so they could be passed off to the everyday people like you and me. But they've had these things for years in which we could see like the magnetic fields and stuff like that. Now they also have ways in which you can measure them. You have Gauss meters. You know what I'm saying? In which you could pick up things like high electromagnetic activity, lower saying all of that to say
Yeah, or even people mentioning the energies there of the objects is also still
yes,
there with the as, and some people can see it.
yes, it's absolutely crazy. Like I almost feel as if everything replicates the earth, or what the earth does. Everything does. And that right there just blows my mind. It's all look taking two mirrors and facing them against each other, and then that's kind of like everything is infinite. It's so weird, and it's so otherworldly and new agey. Like that's where I want to stop, because it's almost overwhelming for me. Like I wouldn't even know where to begin. I don't know where it ends. But if you want a good starting point, or a decent starting point, there are a couple of books. There's that book, The Human Atmosphere. It's by Walter Kilner. You can find it anywhere. You can find it on eBay. You can find it on Amazon. That also, a good book, really good book, and a really good series. I've spoken on that as well. Is the Celestine Prophecy. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of it, but that book that speaks on energies and wavelengths and people's atmospheres and all that stuff, like in detail. And it puts it in a story type thing. But I think if you were to read a story or a book like that, it would kind of bring it all home and kind of make some things make sense. But kind of like what Gene said, Gene, man, you hit the nail right on the head, man. Is how they incorporate this whole spiritual aspect of things. They make it physical. They give it numbers. They give it a series of numbers. And when they do stuff like that, they limit what it is. You know what I'm saying? When they define it. So when you give something a name, even when you just give something a name, you're limiting what it is. When you give it a series of numbers, you're like, this is as high as you go. This is as low from where you start. Like, it's crazy how things like the education system, that doesn't leave room. You notice, like, education system's not going to talk about what we're talking about right now. It doesn't leave room for things like this. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm glad they got it all covered, bro.
Yeah, it's exactly.
It's all
They got it all
quantified. They got it all presented,
right,
nicely packaged.
So yeah, they have it all figured out.
But, guys, because that is the problem, because they understand that the majority of the human being think that everything is physical, everything is three-dimensional, everything is physical.
Yep.
That's why they even wanna whatever they believe their creator is, they want to put it in a physical form. That is
Yes.
that is the problem, right? If the people really understand that everything at a core level is energy, pure energy, light, divine light, right?
It's
Things might
gotten
change.
yeah, it's gotten so bad that we've become so material. You know, like Madonna says, I'm the material girl living in a material world. Let me tell you something. She's right on the money. We're so physical. I know I've spoken on this a few times on my channel where I forget who says it. I think it's Jesus. I forget who says it. Somebody in the chat please remind me. Where they say be in the earth, but don't be of the earth. Or you know what I'm saying, right? Be in the
Yes.
earth,
Yep.
but don't
Be in the world,
of.
but not of the world.
Yes.
Yep. There you
If
go.
you're going to be part of the stew, you could be the meat, but don't be one with the stew. Don't make it to where your flavor is one with the stew, because once you're part of the stew, you can never get that. You can never get that out of your system. What they
Damn.
mean,
I
at
just ate
least
some beef stew too.
right?
Shit.
I'm sorry, brother, man. I'm
I
sorry to hold you.
go-
But when you look
Go
at
ahead.
it, like, we've become so materialistic, and that's one of the
Yeah.
ways in which they get you. When you become materialistic like that, you rely on something physical to get you to live. It's crazy. Like,
Yeah,
it's crazy.
and to fill your life, to
Yes,
make your life
so
have meaning, you have to have certain materialistic things that are quote unquote in style or popular.
just to
I think the
live
only
in.
I think the only model that's really off, bro, from everything is the education system model and how they mold our kids' minds. That's what's
Yeah.
really off.
But they get it.
Absolutely.
Even
Yep.
when it goes to when you go and you get graded, you're getting graded. Higher grades means you progress. Like, it's like, you progressing to what? I know a million people with master's degrees, with doctor's degrees, and they're still fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, to
Like,
take orders. Yeah,
yes,
they have the degree to take orders and repeat shit.
yes, that's part of being
Hey,
of the material world. Part of the material world. It, like, small things, and the more you progress, you can't or not you can't. I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people have a hard time removing themselves from there. And then you forget that there's a spiritual, and it's so
yeah,
important that there's a spiritual aspect to all of this, that when you
yeah.
forget the spiritual aspect, that's where you leave yourself open to going to
You
hell,
feel
or
empty.
some
Yeah,
version
and you,
of
yep,
hell.
yep.
Like, because you're
Grab them
so.
demons. Yep,
Yes, because
yep.
when you die, what are you? You ain't human left. But you want to know something? When you die, and say your spirit is out there. Let's entertain that for a little bit. Your
Mhm.
spirit is probably going to be like, where the hell am I? What is this place?
Mhm.
It's not familiar with something outside the material realm. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
become so materialized and it's become so corporeal that it's like, oh my gosh, like what is this place? I can't function here because you
Well, you
didn't
know,
Right.
you didn't
Flat,
it's like
this,
you didn't prepare, it's like you didn't prepare your mind or you didn't
Yep.
prepare your
And you
essence
might leave
for
that body at that frequency too. That's the scary thing.
exact, and that's the problem is you've become so of this realm, of this world, that you can't see a higher realm. You can't see
Yeah.
anything greater than where
anything.
you're at right at that point. So I'm gonna let that ride, man. I'm gonna leave that where it is, but that's pretty much what I wanted it to
That's a
boil
good way
down.
to point it out, though. You made a good point, I think. But yeah, go ahead, G. I'm listening, bud.
No, I'm
Oh yeah.
Flat. I don't know if you heard, but you know, four-leaf clovers talk to me, bro, and I find them out of nowhere. Plenty of them. So there's a lot of spiritual influence going on in this world, and yeah, I think that if you don't try to recognize it, you might not recognize it when you're in that deep of a sleep when you pass over.
Yep.
You know, so.
Yep.
Well, you know,
That's true.
another saying of Jesus was, you know, no or his Father, no one can come to him except through, you know, his Son. And also not just that, but the most important part is just you need to be ready to leave this realm in a childlike state, a childlike wonder, the wonderment, right, of the world we had when we were younger, and we didn't worry about these kind of subjects yet, but we explored a whole lot more than we do now when we leave the school system and we are stuck in a cubicle or work, you know, flipping burgers or whatever, or wherever you go after your mind has been transformed by the materialists and the globalists, right? I'm tired of seeing that. I'm tired of that. I don't want to see that no more in our kids, you know?
I tell you what, before we even continue, I know Chris is here. What's happening, Chris Hillman? I didn't want to say nothing until
Hello.
I know Vikka, Chris is on. So
Can you hear me?
yeah,
Oh
I can
yeah.
hear you.
How you doing, Chris?
Very good. Very good.
So yeah, kind of to ride off of what RG just said, man. To experience that childlike or be ready like a child, right? To be reborn again type thing after you're gone, because yeah, you be ready for that I guess next life. I could tell you coming into the flat earth, that's exactly what I experienced. I experienced something akin to that. You know what I'm saying? Seeing this world in a totally different light. Seeing it like in a childlike wonderment, the most mundane things that I otherwise would have walked past and not even taken a second look at. Now I look at and it's got me wondering, like, when did this come from? How did this thing come together? Why is it even here? Like I'm starting to think deeply on these matters. It's changed me.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, brother. We are always gonna be the child, even till our last breath. We're gonna be a child.
Yeah.
That's
Right. And that knowing what it is or what is gonna be is always gonna be there, right? The inner child, right? The mother nature or father, whatever you want to call it, right? We are part of this creation, right? Uh, Good life, bad life, good experience, bad experience, good trip, bad trip, whatever. It's part of the unfolding, right, which shows in the nature of as RG was mentioning too, right, the spiral, right, everything needs to
The
the
unfolding
cosmic
of it.
dance,
Yeah.
yeah, the cosmic dance needs to happen for all of us to experience this as a individual and as a collective, right, and what we
Yeah.
are manifesting, right, this is a whole if our collective gets together, our collective consciousness can change things. We don't need to go and do
Yeah.
a revolution and burn things up. And no,
Well, if you
just
just look at
the
the
right
cycles
set
like
of
we've been talking
mind.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the right. Yeah, this cyclic nature. People thought I was crazy when I said the high tide and low tide was the earth breathing, right? It talks
Yeah.
about in the north that it goes down in the north and it comes back up. And I think something about these tidal nodes or something about these underwater vents is the putting back out. That's the high tide. Low tide goes down to the north, in that big ass hole we've all seen, where the aurora borealis comes out of, and it just drinks it up and spits it back out. Basically, it's a cleaning system. It's filtration, right? And then all of our gases come from the underwater vents as well, and volcanoes, of course, and hot vents like in Yellowstone. This is a self-perpetuating system. I don't think
Yeah.
it'll ever die. Really,
No,
they can do
exactly, bro.
whatever.
They want us to think. They want us to think. Oh, everything's gonna kill the earth. This, that, everything else. This every 10 years it changes and morphs into something new. But really, they can't. They can do a lot of damage to make it uninhabitable for animals and people, but they can't destroy the whole place. That's all propaganda. They
Oh
like
yeah,
to
the
have
mother
fun
nature
trying.
or this intelligent design is too
Too
wise.
robust.
Yeah, and too wise, right? We are nothing,
Right.
right? It can just demolish us all in 3 minutes if it wants to, right? But it's a part. We
Shake
are
it.
part. We are children of it. It wants
Yeah,
to, right? So
it can shake us
if it
off like
wants,
a
it
wet
can.
dog, bro.
Can I say something about the tidal points?
Go
Absolutely.
ahead.
So I just had a conversation with someone in the comments. We debated about the tidal points, and his point was that the moon causes the tides. And so I brought up tidal points, and I believe they're called anthropomorphic or something.
Anthropomorphic, is it?
Anthropomorphic. Yeah.
Points. And there's like 60 or 70 of maybe 100 of them, right? Where there's no tides at all.
Right.
So
Exactly.
they don't correlate with the moon. And I've heard the explanation that I think it's a very simple one, that maybe it's the earth breathing, but the fact that there's so many different points where there's no tides makes me think that I think the best explanation is the convection of currents in the earth. They're just like the sky is circling. There's currents in the earth that are circling, making the water happen. Maybe
Temperature
the moon has
changes.
maybe the moon has some part of it, but also the earth is just like a polarity rotation of yeah, I'm not
In
saying
currents, underwater currents. Is that
like
what you mean?
well no
Oh yeah.
well that could be something to do with underwater currents, but maybe like deeper when they say
How about
like
electromagnetic
yeah
energies,
we
electromagnetic
yeah
energies of
ball
the
earth
earth?
yeah in ball earth they say there's a iron core that's always shifting. So I don't believe in the iron core. I think that's hogwash. But I do believe that
I
there
believe in any core.
are lava, like there's currents and pressures and a cyclic nature of maybe like some kind of
Eh,
a cyclic
Okay.
nature of
Okay,
polarity.
it's also called Chris. It's also called geomancy, right?
Yeah,
This is the way they find where water is,
yeah,
because the way the current moves above the surface, they can locate water sources, right?
yeah.
Yep.
So,
And
if you
the
try to
reason
explain, there are many different explanations, Chris. But one of
the,
the
the reason I like that explanation or to go down that path is because it's very similar to what Balder complaint says.
Wait. To
So they're
what?
not.
What? I'm sorry.
It's very similar to what Ballerth, they're what
Oh,
they're
okay.
What the
they
globe
already
claims.
had what they already it's very similar, but a little bit different enough. But it doesn't give them an opening to object. You know, oh my God, that's hoodie doody. They already understand the concept. They're familiar with it. They can deal with it. They know how to what it does, and
they witness it.
It's just a little bit different. It's like a little baby step for them. To accept something different. A little bit. So it's not so far out there. It's just
right. What I find crazy with the whole thing is because you mentioned lava, right? I don't know what lava is underground. I don't know, and I'm not going to assume that lava is lava or magma is magma underground. You know what I'm saying? Before it spews up and it is what it is, burning rock or whatever that is, obsidian. It becomes. I don't know.
Different
so
types.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is underground to make the assumption that it's a flowing of some. It's in a liquid form of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? But what I find remarkable about it is how when you have like volcanoes erupting and stuff like that, above that, it looks like you have like red lightning storms.
Yeah.
You've got these weird lightning storms happening. I'm sure they've given it a scientific explanation for it, like they do everything else, right? But I just find it remarkable that this could very well be part of the whole Earth's electromagnetic occurrences. And then
this is what guys, this is before we continue, this is what I wanted to explain, right? There are different ways of putting it out, right? As Aji mentioned about breathing, right? Chris mentioned about what it could be, right? There are different explanations. One of the most simplest explanation is that the earth has electromagnetic field. The luminaries have electromagnetic fields, right? The difference of the electromagnetic fields is what the luminaries are rotating around us. That's why it's called geocentric, right? So it's the same interchange of electromagnetic fields between the luminaries, and especially with the sun and moon, is creating these tides, right? So why do we have neutral tides? Place where is neutral? Because the electromagnetic fields are neutral. Some places are a bit stronger or a bit lower, but that is one of the reason, and it explains most of the thing: the sun, the moon, the geocentricity, the tides, and many other things.
I like that explanation because it's like a friction between the opposing electric fields in the sky and the earth.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and also creating earthquakes because of those difference of the fluctuations of this energy. It's also the reason for the storms, creating those spirals, right?
Yeah.
The sun and the moon is also really important in this. I'm not saying that the moon is the reason it's attracting. No. It's the both of the luminaries, and we have the salt water being diamagnetic.
Hey guys, you know what I just thought of?
What's that?
We know that we're pretty sure that the anti-terrarium mechanism is incomplete. So I'm wondering if maybe it had a dial for the tides on it too, because of the navigation. Sailors might want to know that stuff. So it's just something that crossed my mind.
Well, I've looked at maps of the points on the for the tides, and the points they don't seem to have a pattern. They're
You might look at the moon and say that too, though.
Yeah,
but they had 20-year cycles of the moon, so they might have. I don't know. I'm just hypothesizing though, but I think it would make sense that they had something to do with what's going on in the water as well, because they were sailors. That's all. I don't know. But they might have known. They knew stuff probably, obviously, that we just have no clue.
Yeah, there's some.
You can't match that thing at accuracy today. I don't even know where to go after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So I have all this in my videos from 5-6 years before. This is the thing; those videos are very short videos, and there's so much of information compressed that the people don't catch it. Right? It's all explaining even the heat, the light phenomena, right? How the sun is locally heating things up, and how daylight is being the difference, and the gases. So many things interconnected. It just explains what the real model is, right? We can show and prove why that science, what the realm we perceive and why it's happening, right? We are not just speculating on things, right? Different elements, different layers, right? Different energy, the electromagnetic field, the geomagnetics, the electrical sun, right? All these are playing part, right? The fluctuation, the solar, so-called solar flares.
Before we get too far away from it, can I mention something that you talked about earlier? And
Go ahead.
I just thought we could go through, and I just want to get a general idea. If everybody on the panel, if they picture the face of the moon, where do they think the South Pole is? Because all these missions that all these space agencies like Japan, Israel, India, they're all claiming to land at the South Pole. Where on the face of the moon do you think the South Pole is?
That's a good question, man.
We could go through the panel. I thought we can go through the panel and we could ask everybody to identify, like, the clock. The face of the clock is on the screen now, but imagine that's the face of the moon, and just say where you think the South Pole is.
Wow, man, bro, I don't know. Gene, you're yeah. Go ahead.
You guys ready? Yeah, I would say, I'm thinking about the globe, honestly. I would picture it at the bottom.
At the bottom. Okay, very good. Okay. Vic, where do you think of the
cut and dry?
Vic, where do you think the South Pole is?
I would say the South would be all around, because I think it more like a disc appearance, right? Even though it looks very three-dimensional, but it's
well, I'm saying it's a sphere, but
I know where Vikka's coming from, and I like that one. But in a spherical, I'm sorry, Vikka, I didn't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. You wanted to add something? Go ahead.
Well, you know what, man? Chris, that's a really good question. I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, I never imagined where they would call the South, because I don't.
Okay,
I don't know.
So this is one of the top 10 points that I have, that why people don't understand flat Earth when heliocentrics are talking about it and saying it's stupid. They're relying on this from NASA, and they have this idea that the South Pole of the moon is at the bottom, right at the bottom, very bottom, on the backside, probably at 6 o'clock. But that should not be where we, this is why they don't understand why it's different in the northern and the southern. They think that we're looking at the side of the moon, but we're not.
I don't think there is a South.
We're looking at the
I was just gonna say that too. I don't think there is a South there, really.
That was gonna be there's no South Pole, just like there's no Antarctica.
Well, I'm talking about. Well,
that's my view.
According to what they say, based off of a globe,
be, because we're looking at the bottom. The South Pole would be at the very middle, in the very center of the moon. That's where the South Pole, because
that's
we're
what
looking at
saying.
the bottom.
What
NASA says, we're looking at the side of the moon. That's why they don't understand, because they and that's why there's no evidence of when JAXA and Israel, they all landed on the moon. It's this mythical point they always talk about, but they never actually go into how do they know that that's the South Pole?
Really.
They just want to make people believe that that's the South Pole, that we're looking at the side of the moon.
Yeah. Is there any even magnetism on the atmosphere there? Do they claim that? I don't know.
Pardon? Is there an atmosphere in the moon?
Is there a magnetic atmosphere? Is there? Are they claiming that there's a real north and south, or it's too weak, or it's a sixth of the Earth, or whatever?
They claim that on Earth we have a magnetic, like we can use a compass on Earth, but that comes from the magnetic iron core, And so that is not available. There's no magnetic core on the moon or on Mars. So they would have no way of knowing whether what is north or south or east.
Yeah.
You can't use for even from their story, I don't think you can go to the moon. But if you were on the moon and you had a compass, it would just wouldn't
sit
work
there,
at
do
all.
nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's funny because
So they just make that up.
I've never seen a reference point for what a North Pole would be for Mars, right? I've never seen one for the moon either, what they would consider the North Pole. Or if you look up, if you were to be on the moon or on Mars, to look up, be like, oh, there goes, the North Pole, the Polaris on Mars, whatever the name would
There's
be.
the sun.
Like
It's set and it's west.
There's a photo from NASA of Saturn that shows a hexagonal pattern of light.
Yes. At
And
the
they
north.
claim that's the North Pole.
Yes.
So again, they're reinforcing the idea that we're looking at the side of things.
Yes.
But in our flat Earth idea, we're looking at the bottom of things. So the south would be right in the middle, and that would be like east or something like that, or but
And when you say we're looking at the bottom of
North
things,
Pole right in the
is that
center of our model or our map, the Gleason's map. North is in the center, and he's saying that the moon has the south in the center. That's pretty interesting.
so the orientation of where we're at looking up, is that why you say that we're looking at the bottom because it's above us, right?
Right.
Okay. Just want to get that right.
Oh, Gene, wow.
The north,
that's pretty interesting.
The north would be on the center of the other side.
Sure. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because if you think about it, the planets, or what they call planets, actually never change orientation either, unless you change orientation on the ground here.
Right.
But you're still seeing the south. No matter where you go, it's just turned clockwise or counterclockwise if you're going away from the north, right?
And so I accept the idea that the wandering stars are orb shaped. They are spheres, or
Do you think
small
the moon is a sphere?
Well, I mean, I have no reason to doubt it. That.
How do you know?
Maybe
Well,
it's
I
just
don't
the
know
lenses, Chris. Maybe it's just the lenses, how we perceive light from a distance, right?
It could be. I really don't know. Like 100% sure for like anything, but
well, it works well with geodesic domes. If you notice, I don't know if you've seen one built, but there's an old guy, Buckminster Fuller. He sold the army these geodesic domes that fold up, and all they are is flat lines or flat poles, like straightened poles that you put in the shape of a triangle and then like an octagon or hexagon, and you build up these dome shaped objects. And the further back away from it you get, you can't see the straight lines anymore. It's just it's an arch. Then you get further and further and further back. You could tell that it would, built at all by straight lines. But it's a really cool experiment.
The moon is according to your I guess your series of guesses, Chris, the moon, you believe the moon is spherical or has spherical quality.
I'm just guessing, but it could be any shape really, but if it is spherical, the south would be right in the center and the north would be on the other side. But
but how about guys, like also in the Antikythera mechanism, it's also mentioned that all the luminaries are supposed to be orbs, right? We cannot figure it out in other geometric pattern, maybe because of the same way we cannot see some colors or some light or some frequencies or some sounds the same way. Maybe it's just the shape we can see is as orbs, as
an orb is spherical, just like a light bulb.
But
a light bulb is spherical, so a light could be spherical. It may be not solid, but it's still kind of spherical.
Because
So
maybe that's how it's propagate. Could it be that's why that light propagate in that space? And we have to imagine that we also have the atmos plane
right.
like working as a glass, right, making different effects, right? So
So I think it's I think it's a good thing that we're talking about this, right? And this part I think is what should be hitting home at this point. Well, we have Sea Lightning 300, and we have those that have gotten footage of the stars, right? And they look, the clearer you get these stars, right? They just look strange. So to call them spherical shaped or circular points, I don't think that's I not, especially after what we've seen, I don't think that's right. I totally don't think that's right. And because now
Well,
we're looking at these stars clearer, right? With our own equipment. We're not waiting on a NASA and nobody else to tell us what we're
right.
looking at, right?
Yeah, nah.
You've had Geo fly, and he got to capture the stars, and he brought that on to my show. I don't know if he brought it on here. He brought it on my show. We look at it, it's crazy. We also have Mikey Smith that does what he does. He's gotten it a few times in which he doesn't know what the hell it is. We've seen it both real time in footage, right? In film, on
I've seen
video,
it too.
and we've also
Yeah.
seen it on camera. They tried to call it chromatic aberration. We've looked at a whole million different series of chromatic aberrations. That is not chromatic aberration. But what it is, I couldn't tell you. But now we're seeing the stars in a way that it's like it's not just a pinprick in the sky. It's not just a ball that we think is a ball. It's something more. Sure, we could say something more, but what it is, we don't know. So we can't go off and say that these things in the sky are balls.
So what?
Well,
it's
they're
important.
definitely
It's important,
they're
Iron. It's important to understand this light phenomena because it proves or disproves a lot of things. Go ahead. Who was RG or who was it? Go
I
ahead.
think
I
it
was
was
just going to say
Chris.
we can definitely notice the pulsating, and you can definitely see the different colorations that give you a hint at their frequency at certain places on the stars. And I have definitely seen different types of stars that don't all look the same. Over the years since the beginning of P900s. I mean, I've seen probably 100 different accounts. Some are suspended now or not up anymore, but I've got a lot in my files on YouTube here that anyone could go and look at any time. And they're very clear in some. Some are very wavy because of the atmosphere. But I did want to end it with this. But guys, keep in mind that even square lights or diamond shaped lights at a distance are perfectly round until they get closer to you. It's just how our eye does. So,
Yeah,
I mean, the zoom cameras are good,
for sure.
but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
One point I would mention is when one reason that globers think that the moon is a sphere. So first of all, when you look at the moon just with your naked eye, it looks 2D and flat. And then you grab a P900 camera and then you zoom in, and then the moon looks sort of spherical. Now you have to ask yourself, is that the way the moon really looks? Or is it the camera that's doing that? Because in astronomy, what it's called, there's a name for that effect. So first of all, the moon, I think, is very different than a star. It's an actual, it's something else. And
It's been burnt. I think it's like a picture. A big flash. Something happened.
Maybe it could be.
So it looks like how do you say it? Electrolysis with the little bubbles popped. But go ahead. Yeah.
So you cannot see the third dimension and the stars in the sky. The third dimension ends at the horizon. So anything past the horizon is going to be always 2D. So when you grab a camera and you zoom into the moon, you're not looking at 3D. You're looking at 2D plus an effect called spherical aberration. That's where the light bends to the curve of the lens to make the object appear like it's 3D. So, again, people think that it's, proof or something that the moon is a sphere. I'm not saying
Chris,
that.
that's for sure. But even our eyes are supposed to be lens, right?
Yeah.
So naturally,
Yeah. Well, our eyes don't zoom. So,
no. But anyway, we have that convexity in the eyes, right? So even if we try to look at from a higher altitude, we're not going to be seeing the curve, but we might see in circle, right?
Oh, yeah,
Because
definitely.
the
It gives
lenses,
us
the
depth.
telescope, the camera, our eyes.
Yeah, and remember, our eyes are convex lenses, not or convex, not concave.
Yeah.
So they bow outward. Yeah, and the middle is going to be the furthest you can see, and as your eye curves back towards you, that's and also how much light's coming in your pupil plays a big part.
So,
as well.
there's another point that I would mention. So, do our eyes cause refraction? And how people talk about how special the eyes are. It's a proof that God created the eyes. Well, that's because light diverges, and they call that refraction, optical refraction. But it's different than a critical refraction from glass or a different medium where it just bends down. See that there the light is going, it's diverging, and in our eyes it's converging. So it's slightly different, and also our eyes don't cause that kind of refraction where it distorts everything, like like you're looking through glass, or when you wear glasses. Who wears glasses here? How glass can refract things.
Not me.
Yeah,
For
well,
sure.
if you look at an object half through your glasses and half through without, it's you can see the warp, right?
Yeah, or if you just bring your glasses up and down past your eyes too.
Yeah.
It really
Eyes
dramatically
don't
shows
cause. It's a different kind of a refraction, So it's not quite as good as a lens. Our eyes are always like better than a lens, Similar.
And oh yeah, so this is the thing. But still, it's not gonna be like it becomes a sphere just because the optical phenomena is happening, right? This is where you're getting to, right?
Well, and guys, keep in mind though, speaking on the natural eye, that light doesn't enter our pupils in straight lines. There are also toroidal forces that are giving you what you see, or what you take in from the outer field, right? And then what you put out is, I guess, depends on your brain chemistry and stuff. But
Oh yeah, and those five senses are not enough to understand what exactly this everything
yeah,
is, right?
especially the heavens,
Especially the
especially the heavens.
luminaries. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
is the metaphysical, right? It's that's the difference that even some flat earthers are having problem to understand, that we are trying to see the physical that we are in to the metaphysical that's above, right? And that also goes in everything in creation, right? You have the physical form of everything and the metaphysical form of everything that exists in this realm. So anyway, guys, so getting back to this, before we continue this video, I wanted to have the opinion of Chris before we continue this video. And tell me, stop me anytime if you guys want to add something in this video.
Sure.
Alrighty, Chris, what's your opinion about the Tidal, right? So about the model and possibility of a model and what should be a model.
I'm not sure. Well, I can say that the map, I don't use the AE map. When I'm talking about flat Earth, I use Waterman map, which I think is a much better map. So the A map, it's the map it's a globe projection. But how do they make the globe? Well, they make the globe with a Waterman map. So I think it's a much better, more realistic, and there's a lot of differences. It shows Antarctica as an island. It doesn't diverge in the south, the longitude and latitude, and as well. But the difference is that there's parts of the ocean that are not mapped, and you have to, there's a lot of talk where there could be a whole continent west or east of Australia that that we don't talk about. When people talk about flight MH370, they
That
say
was
that
shown in a movie once, Chris.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember. I think it was Fast Times at Ridgemont High or something.
Really?
Yeah, it was some kind of
One of
movie
those,
where
yeah,
they were
one of
spinning
those
the
movies,
globe,
yep.
and it showed well, and another idea is the island of King Kong, off of Africa. Where is that? is that But there's
I never even heard of that.
Yeah, there's proof that there's that we don't have everything mapped.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe Vikka could bring up a copy of it. The water. I don't know if you've ever seen it or you've ever talked about it, or
I never heard of it.
Yeah, well, you should look into it, or maybe,
yeah, I'm learning. Yeah, bro.
You can just type it in and you look up
Definitely.
Type it in the chat. Type it in the chat. So, yeah, maybe we know about it, but maybe not exactly. We remember the name. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, here it's called.
So this is the thing,
Waterman map.
Oh yeah. So
Waterman.
as I was mentioning before in the start, like a map cannot be a model, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not a model, but
Well, I think, Chris, what's your definition of a model? If you needed to describe a model, what would it be? Not even for the flat Earth, just a model. What would your model need to be called a model?
Well, it needs to be a working miniature of the real thing.
Okay.
I think it has to work. It has to be a miniature of like what's a model of a train? Well,
right.
you can't say a plastic toy is you need it like a little. It's got to have wheels that
functioning.
move a little bit. It's got to work on the track or something like that, and then you got a model.
Cool.
So but I think if you take the map, one of the maps, and then you show that it can hold water, it can you can use quantum levitation for all the sun and the moon and the stars. You can show a gradient. What else can it do? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, a terrarium. Oh yeah, we were speaking about it earlier. You could add many different features, right?
Yeah, gas pressure terrarium. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Talk about
and
that.
the I don't know if you looked at it. It's called quantum levitation.
Oh yeah, quantum locking, levitation.
Quantum locking. Yeah. Well, you can use that to show the cyclic pattern of the sun and moon and stars. You don't need gravity. You don't need it to be held up by something. It'll hold it by itself.
Yeah.
You don't like that idea, Gene?
It's like the magnets that sub-zero temperatures now, they can keep them spinning in a circle, not touching anything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm sure the whatever is up there is very cold up there,
Oh yeah.
So
right.
And it goes to the
Greenland.
idea that the sun is not a burning ball of gas. I think it's a cold source of like I think I mentioned it last week. I think it's a black body. It's a cold black body. So I think that goes along well with quantum locking or quantum levitation or
I have a question, Chris. We were kind of, I don't know if you had heard when we came back from the break a little bit earlier. I was kind of, throwing an idea out there that might be new to the FE community, but if there was a firmament that was sealed, and did hold, gas pressure and the lighter gases rise and get cold and kind of coalesce at the top, and but if you think about it that way, it would be almost like a reverse vacuum. Like there would be pressure in here that would be enough to hold us down, plus weight or electrostatic forces, a downward kind of vector, like where gases would go up, but also be pressurized enough to.
In my understanding, like Globers will say they have to be held down to the earth, but I don't think there's anything holding us down to the earth, any force. I think we're just, on the ground is we're gonna fall to we can't go
That's
any
our
further.
first Gaussian surface, right? Like it's a neutral or negative kind of.
Well, it's just our natural place, or there's no
our 0 degrees on the axis of being.
But I think the
plane of
point,
inertia.
the good point. Well, first of all, I would like to say, what Globers call gravity, and we call it relative density disequilibrium, RDD. I think that's an awful term because, first of all, relativity, you think of Einstein, and we don't want anything to do with that,
Association.
And the other thing is that it makes people think of like there's one, because the gravity is like one force. So this is what they think. They think it's one thing causing everything, And in our idea, it's a relationship between the item and the air. It's not the air causing things to happen. It's that the something in the air. It has to be in the medium.
Air.
It has a relationship. So I think we should call it relationship displacement. I think it's a much better term.
Well, in the relationship as well, if you think about the electricity flowing through our body at all points,
right?
In time, that's kind of another personal relationship we have with the earth, right? That we ground ourselves when we're barefooted, and that flow kind of flows from the earth right up through us, and I think that may have some type of relationship with the density and stuff. But go ahead.
Here's what I tell people. I tell people it's simpler. I tell people, especially people that believe in the heliocentric hypothesis, that I call it, is that they try to force the heliocentric hypothesis to fit. They don't understand that the geocentric, flat, non-moving Earth, the system that we have with a dome over us, it's not the same as what they've been told, right? Including gravity. So they're trying to force the heliocentric into the geocentric. It's not, they can't do it because they don't understand it. And it's simpler. It's simple. There's no gravity. See, the heliocentric globers, they need gravity to be able to explain how the water sticks to the ball and how people don't fall off the bottom of it. It's really that simple. And we don't need that. In reality, we don't need to worry about falling off a ball or water sticking to it, right? The heliocentric model is the container, right? Water goes level when it's at rest, and it's going to take the shape of the container and then go level. Our model is perfect. It's reality. We don't need gravity. We don't even need to offer an explanation for any of it because it's not reality. I just tell them there's no gravity. We don't need it. They need it. So they ought to get together and discuss it between themselves. I don't care to discuss something that's fake and phony. that has absolutely zero proof. You know what I'm saying? Newtonian gravity, Einstein's, the current.
Newton.
It's all bulk. Yeah, Newton's all garbage, man. It's all junk. They don't even know what it is today because it never was anything. It never was anything but a made up junk.
And also, Tron, there's no evidence of a center point of gravity on a ball. Like, no buildings are ever converging towards each other or away from each other. No, if you look at a city from how many miles away should it start to look a little tilted away from you? And believe me, your eyes are sensitive enough to notice, at a certain degree, that that building's not straight.
Well, see, that's why I don't feel it's necessary to offer up some explanation for something that doesn't exist. The explanation is so simple. Everything on that Earth is simple. It's simple. You don't need.
And absolutely, and it could be replicated very simply, right? If we want to create a gravity model, it's very simple. Like as you said, you have the Earth as a first layer, then you have the contained water. That's the second layer. They're both having their own pressure. And then we have the zero reference of the surface where we measure below and above. And then we have the air, then we have the lighter gases, and everything in layer shows our gravity model and how things go negative or positive acceleration, right? Positive acceleration is going up and negative acceleration is going down. There's no force applied.
Exactly.
Depending in the layer it's in. And this is what we see, all the different pressures of all these layers trying to equalize its pressures, right? And whatever goes up is positive, whatever falls is negative. That's simple on a X and Y axis. That is the reason when in those zero gravity planes, these people are floating, is because they are neutral on that axis. That's how simple, if we want to put gravity is, right? Apart from the currents and the air pressure and the everything moving, it's all looking for equilibrium, right? That's our model of gravity, right?
I had somebody ask me one time, because see, it's their thinking. They're trying to take their indoctrination and shift it over on the geocentric Earth here. But that I had a guy ask me one time, well, what keeps me from not floating off the Earth? And I says, who told you that anybody's going to ever float off the Earth? See, it's all a bunch of lies. It's garbage. Who told you this stupidity?
Well, yeah, they were fed from the beginning, right? They were fed. They were fed since a baby, like those planets on top of your baby box, right? And then in your books, and then all the dinosaurs and all these things,
floating astronauts,
all of that.
Hey,
so
here's a question, guys.
I don't blame them, bro.
Here's a question. They say that the further up you go, the less you weigh, right?
Yes.
Right. Well, everybody knows that, right?
Yes.
So you're in a plane, you weigh less than you do on the ground. So on the way to space, how does that work? Do you does a 100-pound object suddenly or gradually become 50 pounds and then 25 pounds and then what? Into the vacuum, you become nothing? How does that work? It don't. I don't think it does. And I'm just pointing out how ridiculous it is. Because somewhere along the line, that sounds like that's what they got to do. To become weightless, you got to. Is it all of a sudden, but not the way to explain it? Because if you go 8 miles, you weigh less. You climb a mountain, you weigh less. You weigh less at the equator because you're higher, and the gravitational force is pushing you off actually more. So it's just all nonsense.
It is all nonsense. It's all completely lunacy.
Yeah.
So it's listen to that. What I just said.
Jin,
you're supposed to do something to become weightless. So I mean, what's that story?
I gave them the ocean pressure example also next to it. If you're all the way on the bottom of the ocean, you have the big body of ocean on top of you, so it's going to be a lot more pressure on top of you, right? And if you're
Yeah.
higher up, you have less pressure. You don't have to equalize.
That's great.
I used to be. I am an open water certified scuba diver. Every 5 feet, you have to equalize your you have to equalize your nose and your lungs, right? And I do the same thing, but here's the difference. When you're on Earth, you're at the bottom of the air.
Right.
And that's the highest pressure that the air is going to give you, because air is denser than water.
Right.
But it acts like water, though, right? They're very similar.
Sure, yeah, why not? It's there's still always going to be humidity in the air, right?
Yeah.
So a small amount.
One thing that you can do when somebody says, what force is keeping you here on Earth, and you want to tell them nothing, well, to prove that, you can actually go jump in a lake and you float.
Yeah.
So if there was a force that was sucking you down all the time, as soon as you jumped into a lake, you would be sucked down to the bottom, but you don't. You float.
Yep.
So
that's funny.
Well, one thing that I think we need to do a better job of is Globers. They have an explanation for what causes the pressure gradient. That's what I believe. They say that gravity causes the pressure gradient. I don't believe that flat Earth has a really good answer to what causes.
We live in a pressure with the firmament. We live in an enclosed system. You cannot have pressure. They can't have gas pressure or anything without being confined. It's a simple explanation.
Correct.
We live in an enclosed system.
Okay.
End of story.
Okay. No,
right, but how do you get the gradient is what you want to know, right, Chris?
Because even the mass, right? Because the mass, guys, even the gases has mass, right? So it's not going to be an equal mass, right?
The mass has
so it's going to automatically create
a gas. Mass has nothing to do with it. Mass, has nothing to do with gas. So I'm gonna tell you. So,
but it's gonna create that difference. That is the reason why I was saying about the layers, right? Why is the earth below and the water is above the earth, and then we have the air? Why is it not the other way around? Because of their masses, and the difference of gradients. That is the difference of pressure. Why is the pressure not same on the top of the surface of water and below? Or in the earth.
Great analogy, Vikka.
Air is denser than hydrogen and helium. So helium and hydrogen is going to be on top of the air. That's it.
And it's also another diversion. Look, I hear it all the time. All the time. I hear it over and over again. It's a diversion. What about gas pressure? What about pressure gradient? What about all this stuff? It's all a diversion. They're trying to
make sense, though.
The fact that we have a gradient is not a diversion. It's reality that
I've sat in gradient for 2 hours.
We have to come up with what causes the gradient.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. 100% matters.
Wait, hold on. 1 second.
You can't say it doesn't matter.
Chris,
it doesn't matter. I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. I deal in this all day.
Well, you could think that it doesn't matter, but it does matter.
It doesn't.
I think a little bit of an opinion, actually.
Matter because it's a diversion from the people. It's a diversion. To sit for 2 hours and talk about
not a diversion.
Gravity.
This is how we figure it out.
Let me say this, guys. Hold on 1 second.
They're denying the fact that we live in an enclosed system. It's geocentric. It's flat. It's not moving. And they're just diverting away from it. Like we're supposed to crap up all the answers to the world's questions. I get asked this stuff all the time. All it is a diversion every single time, and it leads to an hour-and-a-half conversation, and nothing changes. I go back to the basics.
You're making it an hour-and-a-half conversation. I would tell you what causes the gradient.
Guys,
let me try. Guys, I've been pretty silent. Let me speak now. I've been pretty silent. Water at rest seeks its rest. Water at rest seeks its level. It goes level. 8 inches per mile squared has been falsified. Flight mechanics destroy the heliocentric hypothesis. Water needs a container. We got it. Gas pressure needs a container. We got it. We don't got to come up with all these answers for this buffoonery. It's all a diversion. They have to get once they become flat earthers, then we can lead them in that conversation. Until then, no one's going to all of a sudden go, "Oh, I'm not believing in a flat Earth because so and so comes up with a pressure gradient answer."
Tron,
I'm telling you, I deal with it every
Agreed, Tron.
You never know what's going to change somebody's mind.
All right, all right. It's Gio's turn.
Can I try, please?
And
Let's
then G.
say, yeah, Chris. Let's say there's nothing. Nothing. Right?
Yeah.
And let's say there's Earth. We're not floating in 3-4 different directions, tilting, wobbling, bobbling throughout the universe 1.2 million miles per hour. We have surface. Okay? And then air came along. Somehow planets started going, and then air came along. They made air. Okay? Then that air starts filling up. And then all of a sudden the gases start releasing. And that air was first right there. And it has its own like density. And then all the gases up, either if it's denser than air, it goes below the air. The rocks are heavier than air, it goes at the lowest point. And helium, radon, and anything like that. Or even this way. Picture in your mind a room-sized canister that's vacuumed out. Fill it in with oxygen, fill it in with helium, fill it in with radon gas. Just let it equalize. What's going to happen? They're going to have a gradient. You have that gravity thing still stuck in the head.
No. Okay,
that you believe that you need an
explanation.
explanation. Hold on. That you believe that. Wait. I'm not done yet.
Tell me what I believe.
Hold on. This is for everybody.
You're talking about different matter.
Chris, hold on. Just let me explain myself completely.
You're talking about things have different matter, which has weight, and weight makes the different gradients. That's what. So you're stuck on gravity. The idea that gravity is causing.
No, I'm stuck on
density.
density
and buoyancy. It's density and buoyancy.
Density is weight.
Density and buoyancy, Chris. Vikka, I'm pointing at Vikka, not at you.
Density is not a force.
Neither gravity is a force, bro.
Yeah, well, I don't believe in gravity.
But you said buoyancy is not a force?
It's nothing is a force. It's just negative or positive acceleration in the layer it's in, because it can change in different layers.
Yeah,
each layer has its own. Yeah, that is the reason the plane flies, because it works as a liquid, right? That is why we have the difference of pressure in altitude, that you can fly faster than at 35,000 feet. That is showing the difference of pressure. That is the gradient, bro.
Okay, well, can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to mention something that what Tron mentioned before, that to keep it simple, and I'll agree that this information is too much for somebody who's a casual flat earther. This is this is going too far. If you want to keep it simple concepts, simple ideas, if you can overwhelm somebody and sound much too complicated, and they're going to throw out the whole idea because it's too much for them to understand. I agree, that you have to take baby steps gradually, but I'm talking about somebody who's been in flat earth for 4 years and they want to learn more advanced concepts. And one of those advanced concepts is what causes the pressure gradient. And it's not gravity, it's not density, and I'll tell you what it is. So first of all, there's only two things that can manipulate pressure. Those two things are temperature and sound. So
dude, I'm not arguing that. What I was talking about was, when I say I hear it every day, I'm talking about people that are detractors, those that are coming in talking to me about the globe. They have no intentions of learning. They want to deflect. They want to distract everybody.
Yeah, well,
get into the very top.
Those are the ones you don't tell them this stuff.
There are answers. Yeah. There are answers, but the problem is they don't care. It just goes, you got to go down a 30, 45-minute conversation with them. And I just want to say, get out of here. We're going to deal with the basics, because the basics is everything that I just said. They can't get around the basics.
Yeah, I
See,
agree.
we're getting off all this other stuff. I'm well aware of the temperature and all that stuff for the pressure for the pressure gradient. I understand that'll change it, but that isn't going to cause. That's not going to cause somebody that's a glober to come over and start believing in the geocentric model. That's way out of their league. Well, and then we have other people.
You didn't let me finish.
You never know what's going to change somebody's mind, bro.
Yeah, well,
I haven't seen it yet.
To keep this concept simple, there's two forces that can manipulate pressure. Gravity is not one of them. One of them is temperature. The other is sound. Where does the sound come from? The sound comes from the stars. All the stars in this
Wait
sky.
a second. Time out. What? That's speculations from the stars.
Yeah, but no.
Wait. Where are you? No disrespect.
No, that's not speculation. No.
What star? Which one?
Every single star. Every.
Oh no.
There's hundreds.
No disrespect. I've been in flat Earth for a long time.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish a point before you start freaking out?
All right, relax, guys.
I don't like.
That's not speculation.
Very long time, and that's not true. There's not one shred of evidence of what you're saying. No disrespect, dude.
Yeah, no. Shut up, please. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
All right, guys. You need to relax, guys. All right, Chris, relax. Tron, guys, both of you relax, guys.
Okay, I'm relaxed.
Don't.
All right, both of you, Chris. Right, Chris, relax.
This is not speculation.
Chris, can you relax, please, bro? We are trying to understand something. It's not like who is right and who is wrong. All right.
He won't let me get a word out.
No, but all right. All right. Both of you guys, we are trying to.
No, that's not Chris. Speculation.
No. Chris, you need to wait. Chris,
finish.
One moment, Chris. It's not about who's right and who's wrong. We are trying to have a conversation. Maybe he's saying that it's a speculation. You're trying to explain your point, right? We all are here, and including all the listeners, we are trying to figure something out. No one is right. No one is wrong, right? So you have some points. He questioned you something, right? Sound could play a part, right? But could play a part in even in existing of the luminaries could be a sound phenomena, right? If we go inside in that.
Can I share my screen?
But what are you going to show? Some video?
No, I'm going to show a definition.
So you need to send it to me, screen share. Alrighty. But this is the way. We are going too much off topic, guys. All right. If we want to cut short and want to get to the point, because
look up radio astronomy, and that'll show you that there's thousands of satellites here on Earth that are listening to the stars all the time. All stars emit radio frequency. It's not sound, it's radio waves. All right. So
it's a different sound, right?
It's a different, it's like a frequency, but it's not an audible sound.
I respectfully disagree, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get on your case, Chris, but I respectfully disagree with it.
That to disagree with that, they've been doing radio astronomy for hundreds of years. Mm-hmm. So to disagree with it, that's
no disrespect.
You're disagreeing. You're saying that radio astronomy is fake. Is that what you're saying?
Thousands. No, it's not about radio astronomy is fake. Maybe it's not doing what you think it's doing. Right, but
what they're claiming,
the signals, the radio waves, everything is just electromagnetic radiation.
Right, it's electromagnetic. That's what radio astronomy is. It's not optically looking at the stars; it's listening to all the frequencies, infrared, ultraviolet.
Yeah, but
the higher,
they don't know
20,000 hertz.
Well, let me just say this, Chris. How is that sound vibration?
I didn't say it was sound vibration.
Well, you said that there's only two things that could manipulate
pressure.
Right.
Sound
Yeah, but you said that the
And
sound comes from the stars.
right.
Yeah, that's a new one on me, and I've been in this
And
for a real
electromagnetic
long time.
frequency, I just asked you, how is that sound vibration?
So when electromagnetic frequencies enter our atmosphere, they do what's called attenuate. So attenuation is like it's like bleeding.
Like stretches out, right?
Well, it's like
Scattering.
it's
Okay.
like it's like bleeding. You know, like you can have a cable
Well,
and
it scatters. It
the
scatters and it
signal
becomes
bleeds
attenuated.
off.
Yeah.
It's like
Yep.
it's like you know what it does.
I wouldn't
is
call it bleed off, bro.
It creates ultrasound, and ultrasound is the sound that manipulates pressure into a gradient.
Cool.
So that's not speculation. That's not opinion. That's what causes it. That's
Well, no, the speculation is it's coming from stars, is what I'm trying to tell you. Maybe it's coming from something else,
Yeah,
but
well,
it's
yeah,
pure
well,
speculation that it's coming from stars. Which
well,
one?
Are they able, Chris? Let me ask you something. Are they able to pinpoint one star and say, "Look, this sound's coming from this one. This one's
Yes.
coming from that one"?
Yes.
Or is
Well,
it
it's
just
not.
like
Well,
this
once again, it's not.
background?
But once again, it's EMF. It's not sound. Is it sound? Like I'm very confused on that.
Yeah, well,
in the end, it's the same thing. Electromagnetic radiation. When I was saying before, when explaining that the Earth have electromagnetic field that is stronger than the luminaries, and the exchange is creating all the phenomena. So that is also one of the phenomena that is happening of the gradient and the pressure, because everything is related to that difference of the electromagnetic fields of the Earth being stronger. That is why it's geocentric.
a proof that the stars emit a radio EM frequencies, radio waves, is that it's hot here on Earth. So where does that heat does not come all the way from the sun, travel so many thousands of millions of miles, and land on Earth?
There's no.
That does not happen. That happens
fuck
through
out of me, bro.
the EM frequencies. They travel, they hit the Earth, they attenuate, they cause the heat.
Wait, no. With all due respect, my bro, seriously,
No,
and I don't know who you are. We just met. And I don't mean it but there's not one shred of. I've been in this for so long. I've never. This is that it. Wherever you're getting the information from, I must say.
Yeah. So
challenge.
do you think that the sun
if the stars are shooting heat on the Earth, there's not one shred of empirical evidence for any of this stuff, bro.
There's no
sorry,
evidence?
I've been geocentric.
But I think the point is
no evidence?
guys. I think the point is we're trying to understand the same thing from different way, right? Of what it could be happening.
Do you think?
Vikka, let me just say this: you cannot say that the stars are producing heat because there's stars on night and day.
No, it's the star is not producing heat, but the sun also is not producing heat. The heat is a very local phenomena. He's saying it's whatever he wants to say, that what he thinks it is.
EM
right?
radiation.
Yeah, EM radiation. All right.
Let me rephrase. If it's just like a theory, okay, I can go along with that. But to say it is a fact, I must say no, it is not a fact at all.
So do you believe that the heat from the sun comes directly from the sun?
I think that we don't really know. I don't know, dude. And I've been in this for a long, long time.
So
it doesn't make sense.
If you don't know,
if
you don't know, then how can you say that I'm wrong?
Well,
I'm
saying that
I suntan every day. I just suntan today.
Yeah,
I don't think it's
all right,
stars.
guys. Before we continue, shout out to our brother Ironworks for the super chat. Says much love, team. Yep. Some craziness. Yeah, this is the thing, guys. We all know that the higher altitude it's cold, and the heat and the light phenomena is very low and below. That is the reason when we go higher altitude, we don't see stars, we see black. The blue or the light or whatever it is, the daylight and the heat, it's all very local. At 35,000 feet, you're freezing your ass out, right? So the heat cannot come from a very long distance. How it's happening, I have already explained it 10 times, and also in my video, right? That it's playing an the electrons are playing a part in vibrating the molecules in the atmosphere and vibrating it and creating the heat or the daylight, right? There might be different ways of explaining this, right? Or some people don't know that there is an explanation why is that heat and light a local phenomena, but this is one of the way to explain it, what is happening, right? There's some kind of radiation from the sun is playing part to excite the particles in the atmosphere, which ties to with the gases around it. It's important and create that heat and light. And because of the heat and light, the pressure is happening too, right? Go ahead. And yeah, sorry.
Can I read something?
I'm sorry, I just need to cut in real quick. My girlfriend, I have to go pick her up like early from work. I'm sorry for dropping out again, bro. I'll be back maybe in 20 minutes.
Alrighty, bro. If
Cool,
we are
brother.
here
Be
for
safe.
sure.
Take care, guys.
Well, listen,
All right,
I wasn't trying to start anything or anything like that, and I apologize. There's a lot of stuff that comes out that people read, that people hear, that people see, that they think, and I'm careful not to just believe anything without some serious empirical evidence, and I mean real empirical evidence.
Well, the fact that you didn't believe in radio astronomy is astounding.
I never said that. I said I don't believe in heat
what?
coming from stars to heat the earth, is what I'm trying to say. That's it. That's all I was saying.
Alrighty, guys. All right. I think we will cut it out, that one, because we are totally freaking off topic, right? It was just a question about what the model could be, right? There are different ways of explaining what could the model be.
I'm open to theories. Yeah, absolutely. I am open.
Oh yeah. So we were going on to like it's our gravity model could be very easy to demonstrate, right? About being as how the layer system works, right? Till we get to the stars is another thing where that's what we got diverted from, right? What could be the possibility of the star doing that? But I mentioned it that, but anyway, we'll continue to this because yeah. This is the thing. I'll play it. No more questions because we're gonna get so much off track.
Other time. I talked to you guys a ton about this planisphere I built. It had gears inside of a giant wheel, and it shows how the solar system works. In reality, this is just how a flat biblical earth works according to the Bible. And the gears, or cogs, are actually the wheels within wheels from Ezekiel. And this is why I love Haven. I asked it to interpret this verse from Genesis. And what really stood out to me is where it says it's a declaration of his authority over the universe. So I asked it directly about the possibility of a celestial clock. And it gave me Psalm 19:1, but I've never paid attention to verse 2. Day after day, they pour forth speech. Night after night, they reveal knowledge.
Alrighty. So this is the thing, guys. In relation with the model, apart from the gravity model or the terrarium or the toroidal field model, one of the model we have is about the Antikythera mechanism. And here, this person is connecting the dots and is taking out scriptures which are speaking about gears and cogwheels and how the wheel of Ezekiel and everything, right? It shows what is the truth. Even though the people want to hide it and don't want to see it, it's telling how the wheel in the sky is working. It's telling us whatever it is, it's a whole different whole podcast could be there, but what it's doing, right? It's in real time showing their positions, right?
Yes. I agree with it. I think that we should look more into the biblical, what I call biblical cosmology. That's what led me into all this 18 years ago. And I think it's very important not to skim over it. And I like what this woman is saying in this video, and I agree. You know, it's very revealing. You know, and I think it's important from my perspective. You know, I know not everybody gets into it, but I think it's important not to leave it behind. I brought it with me all these years later as I got more into the flat earth science, and got into the observations, the testing, everything. But I didn't leave it. I took it with me. So I like her. I like this video myself.
Oh yeah, and it how do you say, complements, and it shows that the antikythera mechanism and the mechanical ramp, what it was trying to tell us.
Sure. No,
right?
I can see it. Absolutely. Yes.
So then I jump over to Ezekiel 1, where it says, their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. Have you guys?
A wheel within a wheel.
A wheel within a wheel. I'm familiar with. Yes, a wheel within a wheel. Yes.
Right? It's coming from the ancient text. We have the scriptures. We have the real device. We have the technology.
Yes.
To show what is the realm is. But the people still don't want to see it.
I agree. I agree.
Ever seen spirograph kits? Basically, it comes with one big wheel, kind of like the outside of a planisphere.
We all know what is a spirograph. You can create those patterns. How the luminaries are working. Have you seen a spirograph? It's a big circle with teeth, and you have a smaller circle with teeth, and you rotate and you create those patterns. The gears, the wheels are turning.
And you connect the teeth inside to the teeth of all different smaller wheels. You put a pen in one of the eyes in the middle of the wheels, and
right, the pen, the middle of the eye, the pole, the center. So even the North Pole could be a center, and any other luminaries can create its own center and create another design, right? So it's all showing the symmetry and beauty of how wheel turns and create, right?
you can create different patterns based on which wheel and which eye you choose. You just hold the pen in whichever number eye you'd like, and you spin this around and trace. So take a look at the patterns you can create by putting wheels inside of a wheel. Here's some cymatics. Here's
exactly when we are speaking about the Fibonacci sequence, yeah, the cymatics, the frequencies, the patterns from the microcosm to the macrocosm, everything is same, everything is turning, everything is alive. The mandalas.
Yeah, these cymatic frequencies. She's talking about our sacred geometry patterns. The same thing. You know, they've been known for thousands of years. You know, so very sacred to like our history.
You know.
Oh yeah.
There's a verse in the Bible which I like. I think it's Psalm 19. It talks about the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. We're looking at the handiwork.
That's on Werner von Braun's. That's his epitaph. That's
yeah, exactly, on his I guess his tombstone or whatever.
It's on his tombstone. Yeah.
But there's a lot more to it. I don't want to read the whole thing, but there's a lot more to the rest of that psalm that's dealing with everything that's up there. It's one of my favorite go-tos when dealing with biblical cosmology, you know.
Oh yeah. So
Again,
the thing
we're talking about sound frequencies, right?
Oh yeah. And vibrations. Yeah, sound frequency and vibration for sure, brother. Right. In the end, it's all connected. So what I also mean with these circles and those frequencies, our bodies also have those energy centers, right? So this concept of everything moving and turning like a gear, and we all are like part of this great mechanism, right? Even the toroidal field that we speak about is within, it's also moving. It's like a generator, right? So it's the same thing. So everything shows about being circles, moving like gears, like wheels, right?
Are you familiar with the effect called sonoluminescence?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And bioluminescence and phosphoruminescence, and there is chemiluminescence, and yep.
So let me read the definition to you from Google. it says it is the phenomenon of light emission when gas implodes in a liquid. So people say the sky, the heavens are water. It's when subjected to a sound wave, it creates this point of light that can get up to 10,000 degrees. But it's done through sound in water. That's the effect, it's a very specific frequency of sound. It focuses when you focus it and put it through the water. They've done you can look it up on YouTube. It's called Star in a Jar. It's an example of them duplicating. That's what heliocentrics. They have these ideas about the Big Bang and gas. All crunch up to it. But they can never duplicate anything. They have these ideas and they can make cartoons and drawings, but they can't duplicate it. We can actually duplicate what causes a star. Our theory of what causes a star. That's science. Sonoluminescence. That's science replicating what we believe. So confirming that our views are based in science. They're not based in speculation.
Well, we don't even know what a star is, dude.
Well, we can, but I'm not
Well,
saying.
I mean,
I'm
I
not.
know-
I'm
with all
not
due
saying
respect.
for sure it's some sonoluminescence, but we can duplicate it.
How can we duplicate
Yeah,
something
and-
like what it is?
Well, they look the exact same. What the effect of a star and sonoluminescence are exactly the same. So I'm not saying that 100% for sure is what a star is. But
Yeah, the sound
but
sound is guys, sound is important for sure. That is the reason even in the Bible it starts with in the beginning was the word.
But
Right?
compared
What
to
is
the
the word? Yeah.
compared to the helio model,
God,
theirs is
Big
pure
Bang.
speculation. The Big Bang,
Bang is a noise.
well, again, yeah, it's a noise. True, but it's just speculation again too. They can't recreate it. They can't recreate the Big Bang. They can't recreate
Yeah.
gas
No,
collapsing on each
I'm
other.
not. I'm
making
not
a
trying to
star.
give it any validity. I'm just pointing out that they are copying that also.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, a lot of their ideas are based on the truth. A good liar
right.
is they take 90% truth and 10% they just add on to it. So all their ideas
Oh yeah.
are going to be originate with our ideas.
Oh yeah. This is the thing, guys. So what we are getting to with this is like about the symmetry, about the precision, about the beauty, about the vibration, however it's coming, in whichever form it's coming, and you are seeing or experiencing it, it has that spiral or spirit inside it, including the mechanism we are speaking about, right? So we are just trying to connect the dots here about why, about these so-called gears or those energy moving or the life moving or the breathing of this earth, right, is happening. And we can see in the nature, right? So relating to the mechanism, right?
Cathedral
All right, we
windows,
continue.
and our DNA also has this general look, as do atoms, the building blocks of the universe. Fibonacci spirals, anyone? And just like with everything else, NASA teases us and throws it in our face. This is called a spirograph nebula. And then look at Father Time. In Greek mythology, we had Kronos and then also Kronos.
Oh yeah. So some people think that the black rock is the Saturn, right? It's called Saturn. It's also called Father of Time, right? It's also called Rome, the Saturnalia. All road leads to Rome, right?
Yeah.
the chronos.
Sat is a Hindu word. It's like 10,000 years old. It means existence of, like, all that is real and good. It's like God, but it deals with all the creation as well as what created it. It's like
That's cool.
everything. That's what sat means. So when you take it Saturn or satire.
Saturday.
Yeah, well, yeah. Saturnalia. That's another, Satur. Nalia. Nalia means gifts. That's an Italian word. It means gifts. And I think means give, right? I think.
Oh yeah. So
Gifts from God.
Oh yeah, but he's also trying to tell us, yeah, Chris, he's also trying to tell us that this whole concept of time is maybe created for this manifestation for us, right? We are binded in time, right? We are domesticated maybe in time. And what control times are these luminaries that we are trying to argue about, and what it could be and what it could be doing, right? It's showing the importance of why in this reality that we are, that is not the only reality, that time dominates, right? And the time tells what happens, right? Maybe there's a different version of time.
Someone
Right?
was mentioning before that God is outside of time, but in that, but there only is now. So, but I think that God does exist in time. That He exists now, but He exists. His time is different than ours. I think 1,000 years for us would be like 1 second for Him. I think He exists at such a advanced rate, that
Yeah, he could probably actually stop time and sit there for a while
yeah,
if he wanted to.
for us,
Like,
we would think about stop time, but for him it would be like just a microsecond, or
right. Yeah.
It
Exactly.
could.
I was thinking before, I couldn't get it in, but I was kind of attribute life as like a day in the life of my soul in kindergarten. Even 1 day in kindergarten for my soul is like this entire life for me, kind of something like that. I'm here to learn. I'm here to understand things, and the creator probably has things in store for us that we can't even comprehend, and we're learning, and we're going to be flexible with these tools that we're developing for ourselves when it comes time. And it's not just in the physical world. It's not about driving or working, or it's going to be totally different. And it's going to be, could you imagine like being the spirit of a tree and being there for someone in ways that you can't even explain, just because you were a tree or a rock or a frog or a bird? How those things can change someone's life is amazing. Or any plant for that matter. I was saying before, and I'm not sure if you heard, Chris, but I have a collection of 4-leaf clovers, and I don't find these things by looking for them, bro. I hear them. I hear them. They tell me. I was in my house once, and I was like, "Oh, time to go." And within 10 minutes, like I had one. There it was. It's a strange place, bro. And like you're talking about the lights from the stars, I can deal with thinking about that, no problem, because of stuff like that. But they work in ways we just can't. We don't have the vocabulary to explain them.
Yeah.
So it's just too far out of our reach.
Yeah, this is why I don't understand people that complain about how hard their life is. What I think your life is supposed to be hard. Like, if there was nothing hard about your life, if everything was easy and you just thought it and came to you, what fun would life? What purpose would there be in life? There has to be obstacles. Like you're on a track and you're running around, you got to jump over the hurdles.
Exactly.
You can't let the hurdles bash into you and keep you down. You're like, okay, well, I'm going to take a little side step here. Or I'm going to jump here. I'm going to duck
Right.
here. You
Exactly,
got
bro.
to
You got to
navigate your
learn where
way
the
through
hurdles are
life.
coming.
You
They're
can't be
they're
like,
not regular. They're not always cyclic like everything else around us is.
yeah, but I think that God makes everyone's life difficult, according to them, like,
It has its moments.
Because let's say Elon Musk is like this multi-billionaire,
Plant.
I don't think everything in his life is easy. I think he has to, he has different challenges,
Yeah.
but there.
Yeah, that is why I was calling it the dance, right, of the cosmos, right?
Yeah.
Everything needs to breathe, right? Everything needs to
Mhm.
fluctuate. That's why even you have the vibration of traveling up and down, right? That's the way of life. The sun goes up and the sun needs to come down, right? At least for our perspective, for our life that we live it day to day, that we see the sun coming and coming, going down. It's all about the wheel, about the circle of life, right? Going to the highest to the lowest, right? It's all about this. It's not going to be very interesting, as you say, if it's very linear, right? If there's no vibration, it's no life, right? Anyway, guys, we're going to continue.
Who seems to be the alter ego of Kronos that got spun off over time. He's supposed to be Father Time, and he eats his children because he's afraid that they'll overthrow him. And remember, Greek mythology is through the lens of the fallen angels. Same thing with Roman mythology. I got this quill and wax stamp set, and guys, look at this. They're telling us. They know this. Look at this. And this. The Earth is a golden compass.
Right? Years, right? Here's also very good explanation. She's trying to show the golden compass as the base, right? And the Antikythera mechanism as a clock, right, on the top. Also, very good way of presenting something that proves that the Earth how it is.
This is why they call it Drake's Bowl. These are antique compass clocks. The compass is on the bottom, and the clock sits over the compass. Ever heard just another cog in the machine? Or what about when somebody's thinking and they say they can't get their gears turning?
Oh yeah, we say it every day or frequently, but we really don't know the real meaning of it, right? That is the reason it's so important. That is the reason the daylight saving is one of the biggest shit to confuse the people, because we depend on those cycles and on those light hours and everything, those frequencies and whatever is coming from these luminaries in angles which we call angels is important. That is the reason when there's an eclipse, because these are all orbs going around, had like playing hide and seek in a way, right? One trying to obstruct the other light, right? So it's all the angle. That's why the reason you have the days of the week where our specific energy is on that particular day because of the luminaries. That has so much of importance. That is the reason, or astronomy, or astrology, or astro radio, whatever. It's all part of it, that we can understand why this is for important for us, right? As beings we are. So these luminaries plays a part, right? So to know what they are, what they are doing, what they're gonna do, what they have been doing, and to have a gadget or a device which shows us what it does, and we are trying to look for a model, right? So
I think the clock is God's mind. I heard the noise of their wings like.
did you hear what she says? The clock is a God's mind, right? We're not trying to make shit up, right? When we speak about astronomy and astrology and all these luminaries and what they could be doing, it has those importance for us. I know there are people who think astrology is demonic or it's a new age. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's all everything that created around us, and we are part of it. Is for a reason, right? It's like this is like almost the creator telling us in literally there. This is what it is, and it's a part of us, right? The importance of all the religion who are trying to celebrate they're all following those luminaries and those angles, and when they are in perfect positions they do specific things. The numerology, right? Everything is all connected. This realm is very it's not magic or woo woo something. No, it's real science. It's real that the ancients and the people who know still follow it, right? Maybe it's like a cheat code if you understand it, right? Numbers, everything, the colors, right? Everything represents of what this the metals, everything is interconnected. How they are produced, how different frequency from the different planets are producing these metals, right? All right, go ahead, guys. If you guys want to add something.
I'm actually reading it here. Everything that.
Oh yeah, were you able to read that? Yeah.
Yeah, I got my iPad so I can actually read it.
So what it says? Go ahead.
Oh, it's a part of it's if it's a biblical reference, and not exactly sure where it says. It's talking about in the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of the. I guess it is. I think is this still Isaiah? He's just talking about what he saw. Part of the wheel of the wheel. I think it's continuing. Was the color of the terrible crystal stretched forth over their heads above, and under the firmament were their wings straight, the one toward the other. Every one had two. It's just a depiction of what he was seeing. I don't want to, take.
Oh yeah. It's also about the angel, right? You have the seraphims, and I don't know which is the another one, which looks like an eye with circles within circles. Looks like gears.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it's all. That's everything it's saying. You're right. Yes.
So there's an actual angel which looks like an full of eyes with circles, which look like almost like a gyro or with gears and everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Is the Ezekiel wheel involved in any of this?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well,
that's what it's saying.
This might be Ezekiel. That's where it's at. Then, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I think it doesn't reference it, but I think it's the same. Isn't it the same area about the wheel and the wheel, right, Vikka?
That's it.
Oh yeah, the wheel of Ezekiel.
Like wheel and wheel and wheel and wheel and wheel. Like I don't know how many.
It's all in the same area. I think. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just commenting a little bit on where it came from. I think where it came from.
All right. Yeah, the Ezekiel wheel is like a ball of wheels, kind of a ball of geared. A ball of, what is it? A circle gear? What is that called?
Oh yeah, with eyes. Yeah, it shows like gyros or like gears. Yeah, it's one of the angel. Also, there's one of the angel. I forgot the exact name. It's not seraphim. It's something with O. Right. I don't remember exactly. That looks like that. Right. With circles and circles, many different circles and like gears. Looks like. So yeah, we have ancient text which is speaking about it than what it is.
Can I say something here?
Yep, go ahead.
So maybe this is going to be a little off topic, but I think that flat earth has the best model. So when Globers talk about their model, they're going to show you a cartoon or maybe a ball or something like that, like a little globe, a little toy model, But I think the best model is the word of Christ. And that's found in the Bible. And the Bible is a set of directions, like a compass, on how to live your life. So I think the spoken word of Christ and his teachings, and I think that's the best model of how to live your life. You know, I think the globe model might look nice, it might, you know, but it really doesn't do anything. It doesn't serve any purpose. It doesn't make my life any better. It doesn't help me get through the day. You know, when you're searching deep down for how to handle some situation or what to do, you're going to rely on what you've been taught, how to interpret certain situations. You know, they don't use their, you know, nobody uses globe model for navigation. That it has no purpose. The only purpose it has is for sitting on your shelf and looking, you know, cute. You know, like, oh, look at me, how smart I am. You know, it doesn't actually. It serves no usable purpose. In the Bible,
brainwashing.
The Bible has served a purpose for thousands of years to billions of people. It's so essential, you know. I mean, they make movies about how essential it is, you know. It's, you know, night and day. So, you know, when Globers say, "Oh, flat earthers have no model," well, you know, you can tell they're not Christians. They're not religious in any way, because I think we have the best model, and we have to, you know, assert that, you know, that really is our model. It's from the Word of God. So,
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. Because this is what also she's trying to tell here, that the Bible or all the different cosmologies have their own way of showing the reality. And here the text is still doing its work in decoding in 2025 that many are still not seeing that what is it. It's telling us right there from thousands of years ago, still doing its work.
That's called astrotheology. You know, this idea that, you know, in different pagans and you know, they all have the same concept, you know, including in our religion. You know, that's why, you know, when it shows me how ignorant Globers are when I tell them their religion, and they're like, "No, it's not a religion; it's science." And I'm like, "No, it has nothing to do with science.
No, this is real science. Yeah, this is real science
Real
and
science, but
hard
it's
science. You can touch it, you can make it, you can rebuild it, you can, right?
Yeah, well,
repeat it.
It's
right.
It's like a religious science, you know. They're like a combination of things, you know, a real religious science, you know. And they say, "Oh, religion's fake." Well, no, it's not. That's the same thing that your science is, you know.
Oh yeah, they have numbers, they have fake formulas, they have fake maths, they have pseudoscience to back this up. We have all the different cosmologies, including the Bible. We have gadgets, we have thousands of years of old tablets, like showing the earth is flat, right? If you guys know about this Sumerian tablet, right? So there are many different things, right? The Dendera stones, do you know that it has all the 88 constellation, right? Then we have so many different gadgets apart from that, and the compass, right? Showing how it's working. Real science, real science, right? Real maths, real calculation, and real software. Repeatable, testable, time tested, right? Backed up by all ancient cosmologies.
Waters as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings. Does anyone remember those sky booms? Think of gears slipping and gnashing. And then remember Matthew 24. God will shorten those days for the sake of the elect. He's cranking the gears on the...
So me and Jean, we always say somebody is cranking that Antikythera mechanism. You're saying, you see how fast the time is freaking going nowadays, right?
Dude, you know, it's going to be July in about 4 days. Christmas is going to be in like a month.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Concept of time. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah.
Clock. Or what about in Job? Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades or
Play a little bit here again.
as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host? When clocks, the compass is on the bottom, and the clock sits over the compass. Ever heard just another cog in the machine? Or what about when somebody's thinking and they say they can't get their gears turning? I think the clock is God's mind. I heard the noise of their wings like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host, when they stood.
Again, there's so much related to sound, right? All noise, sound, right? It's showing also that in a way.
They
But
let down their wings. Does anyone remember those sky booms? Think of gears slipping and gnashing. And then remember Matthew 24. God will shorten those days for the sake of the elect. He's cranking the gears on the clock. Or what about in Job? Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion? Have so.
oh yeah, the Orion also is very special in a way, right? It divides the two so-called hemisphere, right?
Much to show you guys about this. It ties into so many things like bells and why they affect demons, the ley lines, how the Nephilim built large structures, gravity on a flat plane. This is going to get wild as we go.
Alrighty, so the mechanical ram. You guys haven't watched it yet.
Live in a celestial clock.
If you guys have not watched it yet, and you still think we don't have a model, watch the mechanical ram, right? So this is the thing. Yeah, I know. It's many freaking people are having a hard time, but yeah, there is it. There is more simple. It cannot be, right? With having the technology from thousands of years and having the scriptures from thousands of years telling you what the hell this place could be or what it is. And what shows that what it is, right? These people have made sure all this kind of thing doesn't get to us. But all the small things like compass and all the other gadgets and sextants and astrolabes, and there are many other made in metal, made in wood, made in rocks, made in stones. These are all technology which shows what it's doing, what it is, right? Replicable in many different ways to show what the luminaries above are doing and what it's going to do, where they are, in which position they are, right? What angles are those? How much light it's passing? Is it half moon or if it's half eclipse, if it's full eclipse, if it's partial, right? Every luminaries is represented with a gear in this, right? Here the people speak about stellarium and all this. How the hell did the stellarium app manifested itself? No. All these calculations and maths of these cycles comes from these analog machines, right? We want to go digital and maybe into hyper digital and all this stuff in understanding and communicating what it could. But here we have a real analog machine which is telling us, right, what it is, right, with the North Pole in the center, right? And if Earth was a globe, it should have been as one of the luminaries, right? The sun should have been in the center. No, it's the North Pole in the center with all the luminaries, including the sun, is represented as the dial. This is the dial of the destiny. It looks like a clock. It looks like a compass, right? It looks like an astrolabe. It looks like an astronomical clock, right? That's how we're trying to conceptualize what the Earth could be, right? With the 24-hour time zones and everything, how the time it takes for the sun to move, right? The degrees of the sun and all the cycles of the other luminaries, including the moon, right? So there's so much of math and real science have gone into this machine from thousands of years that we cannot even imagine what else could have been there. This could have had possibility of being a time machine that you could literally predict what is happening. Forget about all the calendars and everything is there, the zodiacs, the constellations, right? And all the other cycles, right? The globies have to take many lifetimes even to start to understand what the hell this is and to start debunking this, right? And even our flat earthers need to maybe dedicate maybe months and years to really understand what all it can do. But even the basics, the people are having hard time to know what this is for us as a flat earth community and what importance it has, and of taking this knowledge from thousands of years, which is compatible with this with the scripture, and take it ahead where it needs to be, right? More progress in making our visions of what this earth is, combining with other models, if possible, to show what it is, right? So when the globers are asking, we don't have a, they fucking imagine coming in a new class and trying to ask people, right? Show me your proof. No, that's doesn't how it work. The new kid on the block is the globe, dude. That's what it needs to show us a real, right? They don't even have it in a digital format. Forget about in a analog machine showing their solar system. No, they don't have.
I know they don't have anything. That's why they got to have pseudoscience, pseudophysics, pseudoscience. It's all theoretical. They have to take their theoretical garbage and to make it work on the heliocentric model. Whereas
Hey,
the
Tron,
flat, yes.
would you hire a theoretical plumber?
You broke up, man. I'm sorry, dude.
Would you hire a theoretical plumber or a theoretical electrician?
I get you. No. Want to get one that knows what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
It's all theories, and I say it over and over again all the time. When you know, the geocentric, real natural science works perfectly on the geocentric, flat, non-moving Earth, whereas real natural science doesn't really work very well on this globe. That's why they have to have theories. They have to have they have an ideology. They have a carefully crafted narrative. They take mathematical equations to force them to equal the presumptions and the assumptions they come up with, and then they present that garbage as scientific evidence, and it's science falsely called so. It's fake. It's pseudo. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. And this is the thing, in place of getting all this science together and creating something, they're giving us bullshit like TFE, right?
Absolutely.
And the amount of focus and energy and resources, because they're gonna prove shit.
Now
It's gonna create more confusion for the community of trying to believe now there's a 24-hour sun, there's a South Pole. Get the fuck out. This is what I mean when there are sellouts in this community, piece of shits. Yeah. Still fucking grifting and not putting the community together to make things like this work and leave something for the next generation. Right? This is the fucking problem. That's why I say there are many fucking sellouts who don't even want to mention this. And in opposite, they are going in there in our opposition camps and saying we don't have a model.
Yeah.
People who are pretend to be our representative, get the fuck out.
Well, that's part of the reason why I decided to do lives, TikTok lives. because I felt like I could get out. I wanted to, well, how can you set the record straight? I just wanted to buckle down and help newer flat earth people and younger ones, because that's why I get real passionate. And I didn't mean to jump on Chris there for a second. I get real passionate with the basics, because so many people, there was a very prominent TikTok person that never ever heard of Samuel Robothon. You guys know him, right? I'm assuming, right? Samuel Robothon. He wrote Zetetic Astronomy. I just happen to have it right here. This guy was one of the forefathers of studying flat Earth. He did the first documented real flat Earth testing of the Earth in 1838. So many people, especially younger ones, they don't know any of the real history of this stuff. They're kind of coming in, they're getting some information. There's a lot of ideas flying around. Then there's the whole Flat Earth Society garbage, which is a whole nother avenue you got to deal with them infiltrating and doing stuff. Some of it's out of ignorance. Some of it's, I think, willfully. An atheist is running the darn thing. Do I need to say anything else? So they got all this ridiculous stuff.
No flat earthers are atheists.
Well, he is. This dude is.
There you go.
Well, I'm just telling you. That's why. I mean, whatever. I mean, I'm not trying to preach to anybody. I'm just saying that consider my words, guys. I'm not you guys, but people that might be listening. I do this all the time on my own lives. I tell people this very stuff. These are important things. You know, this one. I mentioned another simple book by Alex Gleason. All this stuff is about. I've got tons of flat Earth stuff laying around here, and over the years I've collected them and read them, and not just biblical cosmology, but speaking of biblical cosmology, these guys were all about it. I mean, all they did was talk about it. So I figure it's something they referenced all the things that were talked about in a little video here. And it's important, it's important to get the basics, get a strong foundation, because it's like every wind of doctrinal belief is out there concerning the shape of the Earth, and they're not all right. They are not correct. And it's difficult because then you got to, I feel like if I get out and say something, I'm careful, because I know people get mad. I don't mean to be a butthole. I really don't. But I just want to challenge people to take another look. Be sure, listen, there's stuff that I would like to believe is true, and I put them on the back burner. But until I have some real evidence, I kind of don't talk about them a whole lot, But there are so many good references for people. Like, here's another great book that was written called Terra Firma, The Earth, Not a Planet, Proven from Scripture, Reason, and Fact. Another book written in the 1800s. All of these zetetic cosmogony, all of them referenced the biblical points, and as well as the science and everything else. And I think it's important to remind people, don't discard it. Don't just try to grab something and take it as a footnote. When I first got involved in all this is how I got involved 18 years ago. Led me into becoming a hardcore flat earther. Okay, and
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead, dude. I'm done.
None of those books that you mentioned have an alternative theory for gravity, which I mentioned and I explained.
Yeah, they just say it didn't exist. They just said it didn't exist.
By stars, EM radiation from stars attenuating in air.
Dude, they just said it didn't exist.
That's not an explanation.
Yeah, it is. If something's not real, it's not real. All you got to do is say it's not real and move on. If somebody wants to believe in a fairy tale, then that's until they come to the truth, they're going to believe in a fairy tale. Look, the new thing now is
staying
for water at rest.
I'm sorry. You don't exist. You don't exist, Ron. You're a figment of my imagination.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. I've just been doing this a very long time, and I don't disrespect you. I know we just met. I
first learned about flat Earth in 1977 when I saw my dad took me to Capricorn 1, And I
Oh,
asked
what a
my
great
dad.
movie.
I asked my dad why they would lie.
Somebody's freaking hot micing.
Am I hot micing?
My bad if it was me.
Yeah, well, I asked my dad why they would lie about going to Saturn. And he explained to me that some people don't believe the Earth is a ball. And
Nice.
I spent 2 years in the library trying to figure out whether the Earth was flat or round.
Cool.
I mean, so I was only 8 years old. I had nothing else to do in life, So, but after I had researched everything for 2 years when I was that little, I had no idea. So I spent the next 15 years learning about why you think it's flat or why you think it's a ball. So, I've been in it for 25,
Well,
35,
what convinced
30.
you? What convinced you to that it was flat? At what point you must have had some sort of a
Well,
like we all did
in 2014 when people started talking about it, when it became popular on YouTube again. I before then I still had no idea. I went along with all the NASA propaganda and it's probably a ball. But then I re-examined, I looked at all the arguments in flat Earth, and I asked myself, how is that real possibility? And can they explain every single thing? So it took me about 6 months to 12 months to go through all the topics, all the videos, and I realized that, oh my God, they can't explain every single thing. And they have a better explanation than what we're told, So to me, it wasn't one thing that maybe convinced me. It wasn't the Bible. It wasn't this fact that it was a whole conglomerate of information that I carefully considered. After a lifetime of wondering and not knowing, and so I can even remember after I had studied flat Earth from 19 for 2 years in 1977, and not but when I would go to science class, I took science from grade 7 to grade 12, and I remember asking the teacher about things like gravity and things like the moon mission, and and just approaching it from a different aspect than most of the people in the class were just like, oh, you're told to regurgitate these facts. And I often I was the one who questioned everything. I wanted to know why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why, what, can you explain this? So I have a lifetime of looking at things with, questioning eyes that, I'm not new to flat Earth. I didn't stumble across it, 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, oh my God, the Earth is flat, which a lot of people do. And, all the power to them, and that's why I recommend that you keep it very simple, because with these concepts, they're actually very complicated. But, if you can explain it in a very simple manner and keep it simple, it's going to be more appealing to the vast majority of people, to invite them in the door, I mean, after you've been in it for a long, long time, you can get, into some of the more advanced concepts of what really is gravity, and, where does the sun go at night? I mean,
Yeah, but Chris, the problem here is not even the Globers. We know the Globers are gonna deny and come up with excuses and try to confuse shit. We get that, bro. But the problem, yeah, but the problem,
deny.
yeah, but the problem
That's why I don't talk to the
is some of the flat earthers, the so-called flat earthers. This is the problem we are speaking about here now, no, right? That the globers don't want to see things and don't want to this. We get it, but here, even flat earthers, there are people, and some very prominent people who are deliberately avoiding this truth.
Yeah, well, I think
and putting the community in the right way. What is the use of knowing so much but doing shit?
Well, that's why I agree. Nathan does his show about flat earth debate, and he's basically given up on talking to globers because no matter how many times you say it, how well you explain it, they're going to deny everything you say. In flat earth chats, when you're talking to other people that they believe flat earth, but they believe different ideas about it, or there's going to be a lot of room to negotiate, and people are going to accept things that they didn't know, or they're going to change their mind. It's more real conversation. I like it a lot better. That's why I've given up on talking to globers, and
yeah,
talk to flat. There's so many different kinds of flat earthers. We're not all under one umbrella. We're sort of mix a bag of different. Some people are coming at it through religion. Some people are coming at it through science. Some people are coming at it through it's popular, and there's a lot of different reasons. So you have a lot of different opinions and have more honest conversations.
Hey, I got a question. Gravity, right?
Yeah.
Pulls molecules down.
Well, that's what they say.
Right. So how is it
Allegedly.
how is it not pulling clouds down?
Yeah, well,
gas.
Gravity.
It's a gas. Gas has weight.
Right, exactly.
All gas has weight. Mass.
No, it's crazy. Rain always freaked me out. How did, like, you're sitting in a rainstorm in your car?
That's why gravity doesn't exist, yo. There is no gravity.
Yeah. Well, luckily no one here believes in gravity.
Yeah. I don't believe in it. I think it's not true myself.
It's not. I don't think it's a force. What they say it is, and they have problems even trying to define it, because some people are stuck on it being a force, and then they say that it's not a force. Magnetical force or centripetal force. That's a force.
Well, good question to ask them.
But gravity, them saying that it's a force, it's not real because it's not actually constantly trying to pull things down. Like, it's biased on certain things. That's why we don't think it's real.
A good question to ask them is, when they describe the Big Bang, what force pulled all the molecules back in together? If
in the first place,
created, there had to be a force already.
Mathematical forces, yeah.
Was there a pre-gravity force, and then then there was a new,
Well, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. They had to come up with gravity because they couldn't explain the electric force or the pressure that's going on, because that would lead to more natural things in the realm we live in. We would be harnessing those things better if we understood it better. So they had to come up with this invisible, magical, make-believe force that doesn't exist, so we can't find it. And we'll never. Who's going to think about electrical forces pushing us down? Nobody.
Well, nothing. The flat Earth is easy to explain. Nothing's pushing us down, because the idea that we would not stay down and fly off the Earth is another fake idea from the people that invented the heliocentric garbage. Nothing says we're going to fly off the Earth. We're going to walk right on the Earth with no problem. There's nothing to explain. My body weight makes me stay on the Earth. It's really that simple.
You're with the density and buoyancy.
You don't even got to go density and buoyancy. I mean, I understand the density and buoyancy and electrostatics and all that, but we don't even got to talk about that. all we can say is there's no gravity, therefore you're not going to fly off the ground and go forward. It's a simpler explanation.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
It is good enough.
No, here's the thing, Tron. Here's the thing.
Good enough for me.
I've been doing this for 3 years on TikTok and long before that. People are gonna always be indoctrinated with gravity, and you gotta unindoctrinate them. You cannot just skip forward, and people are not gonna have their answers. So they're gonna be questioned, and they're gonna say that, oh, you don't have all the answers to the questions, and that's where they will still stick to their own indoctrination if you don't give them the answers. That's
well, the thing is,
the way I see it.
I'm able to admit to my
exactly.
I'll admit I don't have the answers. See, the Globers always have all the answers, right? They have answers to nothing, right? I'll just say I don't really know. I don't really know. We don't know what the sun's made out of. We don't know the moon, nothing about it. We don't really know. We certainly don't know about any stars, what they're made out of or what they're doing. We just don't know.
Neither do they. They just think they know.
Exactly. But I admit it. I don't know. See, and the thing is, I found it's nothing but a deflection.
I do know that stars.
It's just that when you get into these questions, it's a deflection. I bring them back around. Water at rest goes level, 8 inches per mile squared. Let's discuss that if they don't know. Flight mechanics, stuff like that, stuff that we can talk about in reality and not theory. And if they can't wrap their head around that, we can talk. I've listened to 2-hour conversations on gravity, and it ends with nothing. It's like a time waster. I think that there's trolls that come in.
I'll keep doing that
specifically to do this stuff, and then we don't get anywhere ever. At least from my perspective, from what I've seen.
Can I tell you why that is?
Yeah, because
they have a concept of what gravity is. It may not be true. They have a concept.
Yeah, but if they don't
there is no gravity, we have to have an idea that replaces it.
No, we don't. No, we don't. It's just like people telling me I have to prove everything that the globe has because I'm taking it away by saying it doesn't exist. It's not going to win them over. I know it will not win them over. If they can't,
most is reverse engineered. The kind of kinematic equivalence.
Really? Exactly.
Oh yeah. So what the hell is the problem? Right. So anyway, guys, I think guys, it's almost 4.5 hours, guys.
Can I ask Tron one question?
It's up to Vikka. Sure.
Last one.
Are you married?
Yeah.
No, I'm not married.
Have you ever been married or had a wife or?
Yeah. I was married.
Okay.
Children,
so let's say you came home to your wife and she was like, "Damn it, Tron, you were out cheating. I know it. I have some proof or whatever. You were cheating." Is she going to accept your answer of, "No, I wasn't cheating"? Or is she going to want proof from you? Is she going to want some kind of explanation of, "Look, I was at my friend Bob's house. You can call up Bob and ask him if I was there all night." So that's what I mean. But
actually, gravity cheated on the clouds, though.
But
you can't say no. We don't need an explanation.
That question sounds like the exact questions that the Globers ask me and the trolls ask me when they come into my lives. These hypothetical, non-existent questions. I bring it back around. Water at rest always seeks its level. 8 inches per mile squared has been falsified. I've tested it myself and thousands of others have. Flight mechanics destroy the heliocentric hypothesis. If they can't wrap their hands around the simplest things as that, anything else is a waste of time as far as I'm concerned. For myself and from what I've witnessed.
Ron, add the mechanical realm or the Antikythera mechanism to your arsenal.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
I actually mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned for people that are interested. If I get someone that's interested, you got to. And I'll mention you, Vikka. I'll mention those videos, mechanical realm, what have you. I do tell them about that, absolutely, and other things to go watch. The only thing I do is plant seeds. I don't expect to win anybody over anyway, but I do get feedback from people as time goes on. I just want to plant the seed. They got to go look for themselves, right, and study for themselves. As far as I can tell, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah, this device destroys the heliocentric model from thousands of years ago
Absolutely.
until today.
No, I
Right? This
mentioned
is what.
the mechanical realm all the time. I absolutely do, Vikka.
Oh yeah, and it's also for the people in the chat and everybody else, right?
Yes.
Look into it and see that this is the heliocentric's biggest problem. Is this device called cosmograph? Is our cosmos? Is our realm? It's our planetarium, a mechanical planetarium from 2000 years ago, still working today. What else you guys need to take this thing further, right? And build on it, and we all with different ideas of different models putting it together. Anyway, guys, this is almost 4.5 hours. We could just go on, but I would like to have last thoughts on each one of you about this topic that we had today, right? About the model and everything else related to it. Last thoughts, no conversation, last thoughts and out, right? All right, whoever, any order.
Can I go first?
Can I go first, guys? I want to jump out, get into the inside
Go
before
ahead,
everybody
Top
leaves.
to bottom,
all right?
then. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Go ahead, Gene.
Thanks, bro. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody who was hanging out tonight. Sorry I missed the chat. I'm sure you guys had a lot of fun. I thought this conversation was super awesome. Vikka, I want to say thanks to you for inviting me to be part of that blockbuster film, The Mechanical Realm. It's here forever. Sometimes I think about that. That freaks me out. Like in 10 years, 20 years, people still going to be watching that. That's really, really cool. It covers so much great ground that, for that to be the original one, Vikka, you said it in there. It's not, that was no dry run. That was not the first one. It wasn't the only one. That mysterious piece of machinery came from a great history of people, probably, because we theorized what came first, the mechanical realm, or or the earth and the sky, or did the Antikythera come first? Which was the copy? So, but that's just fun theorizing, and having fun with it. But how did that happen such a long time ago with no history? Is the whole story is just a fascinating story that freaks me out. What happened to the people who understood gear systems that well? That where are they? We know what gears did in 400 years. Where's those other 1400 years, and where's that society? What happened? That freaks me out sometimes. And but nah, bro, I really I can't say thanks enough for having me with you all the time. I love you guys. I love you all so much. You're a big part of my life. And yeah, thanks to Dave Weiss for one of the guys who is supporting it and does mention it. Dave Weiss mentioned Flatten the Curve last week, which should be in everybody's arsenal, like you said, bro. Yeah, thanks to everyone on the panel. RG, Vlad, Ira, Geo, Tron, Chris. I learned so much tonight, man. I gotta go back and watch this whole thing over again. I'm gonna skip out on you guys saying goodnight though, because I wanna get in there. It's raining. I don't know what's gonna go on here. So it's starting to get late on me too. But no, man, I love you all, and thank you so much for having me in your living rooms and being on the panel with such great thinkers. Guys, if we were running the world, we wouldn't be running the world. We'd be teaching the world how to run itself. We'd all be the grease in the gears.
That's
that
right.
help turn this place, and there would be so far less problems if we could get control of what's going on around here. And I think we all really know that. We miss that connection to nature that seems to be slipping away. We all miss that we're all brothers here. We're all sisters, and we're just part of a system learning, and there's far more mysterious things going on than physical things going on, and we could relearn these things. Everything is trying to talk to us. All of our thoughts are coming from the stars and the spirits. So keep the good ones and filter out the bad ones. Don't feed the fucking monkeys, man. They eventually go away, and that monkey mind stops, and you get clear, and it's a different place. You hear different things, like trust the silence. I think that was originally trust the science, and they swapped that from us too. They swiped that from us. So yeah, guys, I hope you had as much fun as I did, everybody, because that was really fun. A little static involved, but that's all good, man. We're all here to learn, man, and we all say things different. We all hear things different, and that's the beauty of it. We're all very individual, and that goes for you Globers too. We're all individuals. If we were running this place, we wouldn't be running it. We'd all just be teaching each other how to live peacefully.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. Damn, man, that was awesome, Gene. Absolutely, the mechanical realm is gonna be there, right? The beauty of it is that the connection it has with us and this realm and the timeline and the timing of all these things, and also connecting with the scriptures. That's the beauty. That's the importance of the message and truth, which is supposed to be out there. Awesome, brother. And it was
Thanks,
awesome to
bro.
have you part of it to make that happen. Absolutely, Gene. Gene
Thanks.
really worked hard for this one. Most of the people who were around, but yeah, Gene, absolutely, brother. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, I had so much fun doing that. Yeah, we should do that one day, bro. We'll get everybody together and we'll tell the story on how it unfolded. Tell how
Oh
we
yeah.
filmed and this how it evolved and how that sounds like maybe something we could do.
Oh yeah, bro. Have fun in the party too, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I'll say hello to everybody for you, man. All right, guys. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Yep.
Have a great week.
Yo, good night, Gene.
All right, bro. Later, man.
Oh yeah. Who's next?
You want me to go? I'll go next so I can bail. Hey, thanks for bringing me up, Beak. I appreciate the invite and everything. Chris, I didn't mean to. Hopefully, you didn't take it too. I wasn't
No, I don't take
attacking
it
you,
personally.
so I hope
No,
you
no, I
know
know.
that.
I know.
And I didn't feel like I attacked you, but I did object. I know we are all in the pursuit of the truth on so many issues, especially what in the world we're living on and what's going on up in the sky and all that. Sometimes I think it's important, really, and I remind myself of this, that if we're going to have sometimes an exchange of ideas is good, and sometimes we need to iron it out. You know what I'm saying? Agree to disagree till we can agree. I'm all for that, and leave the door open for things that may that there might be truth in. So I'm all about examining, looking, going forth. I've changed my views over the last 10 years. I really have. I don't see things exactly as I did before. So I'm open, as I'm sure everybody else is, and hopefully should be open. When it comes to the shape of the Earth, Vikka, and people asking for a model, I get asked all the time. It's like a gotcha question. I think what they're asking, at least from my point of view, from what I see when I'm approached with this, what they're asking for is they want to know dimensions. How, if we say it's a circle, how round is it? What's the dimensions and stuff like that. That's what they think the model is, right? And frankly, I can't give it to them. I don't think anybody else can. I can tell you what I think, but that doesn't count, right? And but we do have proof of a model. All they got to do is look up in the sky. They always look into the sky. The first thing that my detractors want to do is go to the sky to try to prove the shape of the Earth, right? By asking questions about that are meaningless. I've heard it so many times, but we do have proof if they can take a good look and understand that the heavens are rotating, we're not rotating, and how everything works in perfect unison. They can look right up and see we have a model. There are many things, right? Antikythera mechanism. We have the Prague clock. There are so many.
Yeah. The Astrolabe.
The Astrolabe. There are so many things, but the thing is, they maybe haven't heard about it. They don't know about it. And if they're open-minded and sincere, which is the only thing I try to get people to do, just go research it. But they have to be willing to go research it. They have to be. Just like we were at some point, we had to go research it, right? We had to take the time to literally go. We were interested enough in the topic to we took the time to look and study some stuff. And then at that point, scales fell off the eyes. We began to see things, and bam, here we are years later, right? So I think that's what I encourage people to do that I talk to. I've said this over and over again, and when I go live, that I know there's a lot of people that are flat earthers that have different beliefs in certain things. I may agree, I may not disagree, but still we're all in the same boat, right? At least none of us has it all. I admit I do not. And so we all have different areas and different, avenues that we're searching and looking at and what have you. And so I tend to stick, even though I know quite a bit, I tend to stick to the basics when I'm talking to people that are asking me questions, because I open myself up to lots of people to have them come and talk to me, okay, live. And then but I always spin around to the basics, like I just mentioned, because I find that's the best way if they're really interested. And some actually are. But then again, you have people that are just not interested. They're just trying to stir something up and all. It's just comes with the territory. So it just comes with the territory. Then there's the trolls, then there's the dissenters, then there's the agents, then there's all the stuff we know about that's happening, and we just have to deal with it. So, but I appreciate you, Vikka. Appreciate you, Chris. Of course, Gene's already gone. Geocentric, everybody. Thank you for letting me come up. Appreciate it. I did get some stuff out of it. And Chris, do you ever go on TikTok at all?
No.
Okay, well,
Go to TikTok, bro. Go to TikTok.
Look me up. Look me up, Tron. I'm the only one I'll have a flat Earth map behind me. And if you want to, or go to my lives or whatever. If you tell me who you are, remind me.
Are you on Facebook?
You get on the panel. I'll make sure.
No, I don't think Tron is on Facebook. But are you on TikTok, Chris?
No, I don't do TikTok.
All right. Well,
you should do it because
or here or Facebook.
No, try to do TikTok, bro. It's crazy. It debates 24/7.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Make a TikTok. Look for me and follow the people. You'll find Tron too.
Yes.
So there are live shows. You can any time of the day you can jump in on different lives and start speaking. All right. So
you'll have a place to voice your stuff, and you'll be able to talk with a lot of flat earthers just like we're doing right now. And I'd love to have you. I'll follow you if you create an account, and I know it's you. I'll follow you. I'll make sure you get on a panel and all that, so we can talk. And you got a lot to offer. You really do. Everybody on this panel. Anyway, just making the offer, and I really don't. I actually don't do much Facebook, but
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I want you to come, and I think you would be an asset, an absolute asset to the community. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of stuff out there. You'll find out if you go to TikTok.
It's wild out there, Chris.
Dude,
you're gonna love it.
Wild West, where I'm at.
You're gonna love it. Yeah. So absolutely, thanks, Tron, for your time, brother. Absolutely, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
If you want to drop me, and then I got to switch over. I got to go on the computer.
Oh yeah. However you want, bro. So this is the thing I wanted to mention, bro. Yeah. Thanks for your time, and yeah. The Globers are going to demand whatever they think is right according to them. But we have to give what we have in the right way. Like, as you were mentioning, the sky and everything is moving. We're not moving. Look up, look in your hand, see the devices, what else you need, right? So they can demand whatever. It's bullshit, right? So we have to give what we have, right? And even if we dig in deep, we're going to find that it's nothing that we don't have in this cosmology that we cannot really show how it works with the real science. Absolutely, brother. See you later.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Talk to you guys.
Oh
later.
yeah.
Take care, Tron.
I got to go on another device. I got to do.
Alrighty. I'll drop you.
Okay, sir.
I'll drop you.
Guys. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Vic. I just wanted to say thank you to Tron. I'm not. If we had a disagreement earlier, I'm not going to hold grudges. Or you seem like a really awesome person, and I don't. I'm not going to, be bad at you or anything like that. So I think we can be really good friends. And about models, I would just say that, I'm not a fan of the AE map, but I like the Waterman map better. And there are models. I think they're important. There are examples like planispheres and and the device that you were talking about that you made a movie about. I can't say it.
Antikythera.
Antikythera. And but I still think the best model is the Bible. It has a set of directions, just like a compass, on how to live your life, and it's been used for thousands and thousands of years. It's the most used book in all of history, and that's never going to change. There's still stuff. I'm sure that priests who have read it for 30, 40 years can still find new things and new perspectives and new ways to look at knowledge from that book. And it will never lose its importance. It's the best model because theirs is only a visual thing, but the Bible is that it affects every part of your life, the way you think, the way you do things. It's so useful compared to theirs, which is there's nothing useful about their model. So, and the other last thing I wanted to add was that, yes, keep it simple. When you're talking about flat Earth, whether you're talking to a new or seasoned person or something like that, simple is the best approach. But if you're looking for a simple answer to what is gravity, then to me, in my opinion, gravity, there's 350 radio astronomers, radio telescopes throughout the Earth. All stars emit sounds in electromagnetic, it's called EM, radio waves are EM. And, we only see in the visible spectrum, the tiny bit. So the regular telescopes are nothing compared to radio telescopes. And all the sound, all this EM frequency, when it hits the Earth's atmosphere, it attenuates. And we know that it changes into ultrasound. It bleeds out ultrasound. And that's what gravity is. That's what creates the pressure gradient. It's the sound that we can't hear. You can't hear ultrasound, but it's beyond the range of hearing, But I wanted to add a couple little facts. So the pressure gradient is a vector pointing downwards and is typically of the order of 9 to 10 pascals per meter. So when they say that gravity is 9.8 meters per second, well, that they get that from the Pascal measurement. And it's also proportional to Euler's equations, which deal with the flow in fluid dynamics. And that's what gravity is. Gravity is flow. It's flow and fluid. It's a rate that things move through a medium. That's what they measure. When they say, we measure gravity, no, you didn't measure a force. You measured a rate. You time things. And that's what flow is. Flow is the rate that things move through a medium, like water. Like air is fluid. Water is a fluid. Nothing moves through solids. So so anyway, that's what I wanted to add. And thank you, Vic, for having me again. And we'll see you again next week.
Oh yeah, Chris, absolutely, absolutely. Yep. Uh, as long as we can try to repeat and demonstrate what we are trying to show, yeah, flat earth has always the possibilities, right? Even as RG was mentioning that he wants to demonstrate something in the electromagnetic field, like with the toroidal field, right? Uh, you could also try to see if we can demonstrate this somehow, right? For sure, we have the luminescence, and there could be other ways, right? But yeah, a gravity model in a way, right? And the terrarium could be another way, right? As I mentioned before, the anti-gravitational mechanism, another way, right? With the clock. So there are different ways of explaining and demonstrating repeatable and observable science, right? We all have the possibility. We have to get all these good things and put it together, right? And this is the thing, different way of showing for sure. Yeah, and according to the religions and books, yeah, absolutely. Every cosmology have their own religion and books, and for all of them, it's their model because it's their creation story. This is how it tells them where they are, who created them, and what they need to do to be in the right path. Chris,
Thank
absolutely a pleasure, brother. We'll see you next week.
We'll see you again. Thank you.
See you,
Oh, yeah.
Chris. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, we'll see you too. Bye.
Geo.
What's up, brother? Oh, it's me. Yeah, man. Broaden your horizon, guys. I like the diversity on the planet. I love everybody that puts their time and energy into seeing things outside the box, alternative methods. What Chris has just said about about the Gleason's map, I love what it said at the December solstice under the paragraph where it states that there is no sunlight beyond the southern 80th latitude, but unknown regions of ice and darkness. Like literally, that's exactly what it says, and it matches up with the Monte Urbano. I believe it matches up with the Monte Urbano map and what we see beyond the 80th southern 80th latitude, which we see on the Monte Urbano map, the Australe Giaciato Sur. It translates from Italian to English, southern frozen ocean, and the only way that we could get frozen oceans is by having no sunlight, and that's what I believe. In my opinion, I'm not much of a domed guy because I don't like boundaries. I don't think teachers should be teaching boundaries, but they should be teaching you the way to see true boundaries without limitations. And I do believe that there's more lands beyond, and I do believe that this is the main thing that these elites and these nations, the top hats that are all are part of this treaty in the Antarctica, I do believe that they're hiding lands beyond, and this is just my priority. Everybody has their priorities. I do believe that this is 100% truth. I've seen it in many of the maps between like the 1500s to the 1700s. I went through a lot of like encyclopedias, and I understood that Freemasonry started taking over literally the educational system around the 1800s to the 1900s, and that is when gravity and all these globe things came along, and that's when they started hiding all of this. Go further, go beyond, go look at what exactly Admiral Byrd did. Cook didn't go on Antarctica, but I would suggest to look into Shackleton. I would suggest to look into I always forget this guy's name. There's about 4 to 5. There's an Irish guy, and there was another. There was a race going down to Antarctica right around alongside World War II, and we weren't taught about this in our educational books. And when I opened this book of surprises, I realized that hey, there's something that's massively hidden from our history and our education. 10 years ago, people didn't, everybody around me, my family, my friends, doctors, teachers, nobody knew about the ice wall because it wasn't taught in the books. The whole thing about Antarctica was hidden for a long time, all when flat earthers came along and started deciphering this shit. So I'm happy. Thank you, Vikka. Once again, as always, I believe that you believe that that there could be something beyond there, right? Oh, and also 1902, a 1902 written book. It's called The Iron Republic. Yeah, go check it out. I
Oh yeah, I
love
know
it.
about that. Yeah.
I
Oh
love
yeah.
it. How? Yeah, that's it, bro. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. Yeah, this realm is yeah, mysterious for sure. There are many evidences that there are extra lands for sure. You know, we are big fans of extra lands and what is happening about. And as I said, even the whole TFE shit is all about this, so that the people just think there's ice
Yeah, brother.
and
Yep,
just get away
exactly.
from it. Like, don't look there. Everybody just be inside the Gleason map prison and fight the flat earthers. Also be inside the ice wall, and the globers keep spinning. They're not gonna go anywhere. Everybody's happy, right? They continue with the shit. That is the reason in space they don't fight. In Antarctica they don't fight, right? So the globe has, as you say too, it's just few hundred, if lucky, if it's fucking few hundred years old, right? So there's no competition for flat earth, right?
Absolutely.
There.
Absolutely, brother. There's no competition in between any one of us. There should not be. We're all
Oh yeah.
unison, collective,
Oh
conscious,
yeah,
coming
I mean,
together
there's no
and learning.
competition for flat earth. Like the globe thinks that it's a really good competition, but it's not, right? So there you have it, people. This celestial sky clock, uh, joining the dots, right? Also in the scriptures, right? So I know that the people are even few prominent flat earthers who have had opportunities on bigger stages to put these things out, even though when they were asked about the model and they were showing some freaking cartoon images of a toroidal field, right? This is how lost some of the representative of the flat earth is. So the celestial sky, right? Imagine, as even Tron was mentioning, seeing up the sky and having something in your hand which is corroborating the real movements of what's happening above. Maybe right now we have the mobiles where you can look any app like Stellarium or Stellvision, which shows the sky map and say, hey, yeah, exactly, it's the same as above. We have these devices now, but the ancient had this analog device from thousands of years ago with working technology at a minute scale of real science, real maths, doing real calculation, right? That our mind cannot imagine how much science and maths has gone into it in the software and the hardware. And then we are here asking for a model, guys. Wake the fuck up. And yep, thanks everybody on the panel here. Amazing panel today. I know we all can have differences of opinion here and there on the panel. It things can get heated, but in the end, it's all about trying to understand. As long as we get it back to normal and be respectful, we all learn from it. That's the whole idea, right? So, yep. Thanks, Gio. Thanks, Chris, Tron, Gene, RG, Iron, Ira, and each and everybody of you in the chat for being here tonight with us in an awesome conversation. Don't let the Globers think we don't have a model. They are the one who don't have a model. And look into it. Watch the mechanical realm. Guys, thank you everybody. So see you guys. This is Vikka signing out. See you next week. Bye everyone.